o'clock. It's 6 o'clock. I'd like to call the special village board meeting, September 10th, special village board meeting to order. And I would like Trustee Michaels to lead us in the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please, Tracy.
President Conan.
Here.
Trustee Michaels.
Here.
Trustee White.
Here.
Trustee Lendy. Here. Trustee Herron.
Here.
Trustee Bonnie.
Here.
Trustee Shomas.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum this evening. First up, I just want to acknowledge that yesterday we lost a longtime community leader. Jim Michaels started EEI and served on the Wabatsi board for over 30 years, in addition to his many other civic contributions. On behalf of the village, I would like to extend my condolences to Sean and the entire Michaels family. And I just ask for a moment of silence. Thank you. We will start with public comment on items scheduled for action this evening. Under general business, we have an ordinance, property at the I-88 and Illinois 47 annexation agreement for Sugar Grove LLC. Item B, an ordinance, an annexation of the Grove property. Item B was the annexation of the Grove property. Item C, resolution, property at I-88 and Illinois 47 property subdivision for Sugar Grove LLC. Item D, an ordinance, property at I-88 and Illinois 47 Planned Development District, Sugar Grove LLC. Item E, an ordinance approving the Village of Sugar Grove, Illinois I-88 and Illinois 47 redevelopment project area, tax increment financing district eligibility report, and development plan and project. Item F, an ordinance designating the proposed I-88 and Illinois 47 tax increment financing district redevelopment project area pursuant to the Tax Increment Allocation Redevelopment Act. Item G, an ordinance adopting tax increment financing for the I-88 and Illinois 47 tax increment financing district redevelopment project area. And item H, an ordinance approving a redevelopment agreement for the I-88 and Illinois 47 TIF with the Sugar Grove LLC. That's everything under general business. There are no other items on our agenda this evening. So we will start with public comment, and the first person on our list. Just for the record, there is a table next to the public comment area. If there's any documents that you want left behind for the record, feel free to leave them there. Everybody does have 3 minutes. I want to make sure I'm treating everyone equally the same. So everybody will have 3 minutes. The timer will go up. And Mike Smith, you will lead us off this evening, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Something is really puzzling to me. There's been no grassroots or outreach efforts or any public display by the citizens of Sugar Grove on the approval of this annexation and TIF. Yet, the residents of Sugar Grove and the impacted areas have been extremely vocal in opposition to this proposal. I thought we had a government that represented the needs and the wants of the people. Not a government that wants to act on behalf of the best interests and the financial needs of our village trustees. And that's exactly what it appears to thousands of us that sit on this side of your table. Is it no wonder that citizens do not trust politicians? And trust me, you folks used to be trustees, you're now all politicians. I'm 74 years old. I've lived here in the impacted area for 30 plus years. if this annexation goes through and this TIF is approved, I will not only receive 0 benefits from this, but I will be taxed for the rest of my life to pay for something that I'm not going to get any benefits from. But it's what Crown wants, and it's apparently what some of you folks want. Why does the board, without questioning in detail the misrepresentations that Crown gave us in all these presentations they were on? And we can only learn from DeKalb's fiasco on that DeKalb Kraft Heinz debacle, where they approved everything the developer wanted to do, and now the whole factory is sinking because they didn't do due diligence. And I believe that's exactly where you folks are, because you were presented a ton of documents that you just pitched. I know none of you read them, and you never gave any credence to them, and that really pisses me off. I don't know why our board is so determined to believe what is being shoved down your throat. I know the answer. I've said this before. People are being financially enriched because they're going to cooperate with this deal. And there is no question that this is going on. I'm not going to say that every one of you, but there are a number of you who are being financially benefited by this because none of the people want it. I've only got one more section.
Thank you, Mike.
The
Thank you,
actions
public
of
comment.
Sugar Grove trustees
Thank
make
you.
me sick.
Thank
And I
you.
will participate in any effort
Thank
to
you,
get
sir.
to the real reason why.
Thank you. Dr. T, you have 3 minutes, Dr. T.
Good evening. My name is Kim T., area residents against annexation, against rezoning, against TIF. Development is good, but area 4 and 5 of the proposals should be replaced with something else. Crown family philanthropy is also to protect the environment, but the Crown community development wants to build warehouses, potentially polluting the environment, just like Willowbrook Sturgeonics. Just this past Sunday, I was at the Gurney, Waukegan area, Medline, and Vantage, leaking ethylene oxide to the air, causing many residents with deadly cancer. Deadly. That's right. You heard it right. Toxic chemicals, ethylene oxide, kill many residents. A list of over 200 cancer residents are fighting for their life with lymphoma, multiple myeloma, and breast cancer. I was kind of shocked that northern suburb, that majority, almost 100% are whites. I thought there's minority there being overlooked, but they're not. It's just kind of sad to see them suffering, actually. I suggest Jennifer Cowan to change the area 4 and 5 to something else that everyone can benefit from. Keep the pickleball because it's a trendy sport that someday you can compete at the Summer Olympics. To the board, you must vote no today. Have them come back and everyone can compromise. compromise meaning make adjustment to the area 4 and 5, the warehouses and truck stops, replace with something else that everybody could benefit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Lou Lendy.
Hi. As always, my opinions are my own, not necessarily Trustee Lendy's. I wanted to talk a little bit about how we got here today, and especially what here today actually means. So we know that Crown has had this land for about 20 years. We know that they partnered with the village to put in the four-way interchange on I-88. We know that 5 years ago, they came before the board with a development proposal that was met with overwhelming opposition. We also know what they did. They de-annexed the property and went shopping around at our neighbors, trying to see if maybe they'd be a better fit at another community. But they're back here today. Let that sink in. They've held the property for 20 years. They've invested in the property. They've shopped around. And despite knowing that they were going to face similar opposition to what, like they faced 5 years ago, they're back here today. That can only mean one thing. That means that Sugar Grove is Crown's best bet, best hope for making a profit on that land. That's where here today is. Crown will say, but for the TIF, we cannot develop this land. And of course they're going to say that. You can't get what you don't even ask for. But it is an ask, not a need. And it's a distraction, because the real but for is but for the village of Sugar Grove, Crown cannot develop that property. They've shopped around, they've exhausted their options, and they've come back to us because we're their best shot. And that puts us in a very strong position. However, given the generosity of the concessions we've made and the timidity of the demands we've made in return, I worry that not everybody sees the strength of the cards we're holding in our hand right now. We're in a position of power. Crown doesn't need a PDD. They would like one. Crown doesn't need a TIF. They would very much like one. But Crown does need this property to be re-annexed into the village if they want to have any chance of developing something that will make money. And we should be using that as leverage. They need us. So I would ask you guys to look at the power of the position you now hold. Say no to the TIF. Say no to the PDD. Don't be afraid to play hardball with Crown. The first rule of negotiation is you have to be prepared to walk away from the table. Take that language out of the annexation agreement and instead pass an agreement that tells Crown, we would love to welcome you back into the village, but not with $110 million of strings attached. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie? It'll be Perry, Elliot, Marie Johnston, and Victor Gensini.
Okay, one point, Lou, you're exactly right, because Crown did go to Elburn in April of 2019 and offered them an 80-20 split in which they were going to receive $171 million. In today's offer of 80-20, they get $179,614,000. So it's pretty similar that the deal was on the table for Elburn and they didn't want any part of it because they only ended up for the village of 1% at $2.5 million. Let's look at some numbers. Today with the 80-20 split and a 6.8% tax-free rate, Crown gets $179,614,901,000 with interest at $70,401,000. The 80-20 includes $37,816,229 for supposedly the school if the village releases all of that money, which means the school gets about $26.5 million over 24 years, averaging 1.1 million per year, and they get nothing until year 5. So we're going to see another referendum probably on this next vote from the school. Sugar Groves gets 4.46%, which equals $1,762,236 over 24 years, which is an average of $73,000. And that is not adjusted for inflation. You can cut both of those numbers in half over 24 years. The other thing is that the school and the library are in here saying that they're going to have holdback money for the school of $95,851,000, for the library $7,668,000, but they only get that money if they supply the proof that they have students and they need $18,000 per student. Nothing in here says what happens to those holdbacks if the school only needs $45 million. There's an excess of $50 million. If the library doesn't get members, they only may use a couple of million. Then there's another $5 million. I think that money would go to Crown indirectly through the TIF if they can come up with a TIF cost. All right, so they're hiding stuff with these numbers, and they've done it all along. They've misled. They have not given any real indications of the benefits to Sugar Grove. And if Sugar Grove releases that secondary amount to the schools, or even in the first amount, where are they going to have any money to cover the expenses that the TIF is going to create or the development is going to create for the village of Sugar Grove within the TIF district? They're handcuffed. The money's not going to be there. There's no money they can get outside other than some fees for the permit fees, and that $90 million stuff that they said was going to happen doesn't even come in until after 2037.
I'm sorry,
and that's
Perry.
very subjective to even
you have 3
having
minutes,
tax,
sir.
the tax, income
I'm
tax.
sorry. I just have
Okay.
to be consistent with everybody. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Marie. I'm sorry, Perry.
I'd really like to thank Mr. Lendy for his comments. I think he really expressed the gist of the entire situation here. We are not, it's not necessary to give away the store, so to speak. I ask that the trustees really think about what you're going to do here tonight. You will forever change the face of Sugar Grove and the nature of our entire Kingland community, and not in a positive way. Just the density of this plan is so questionable to begin with. And the issue of the zoning, this PDD zoning with basically carte blanche is just not the way to go. I don't think they need it. I think a regular PUD where there's more control would be far more beneficial. And just the whole idea of what is Sugar Grove really getting for what we're giving away? We're giving away so much and getting, 2 acres for a village hall? We really don't need that 2 acres? The idea of the TIF, this is the worst part of the entire plan. You know, if they want to come here, fine. Build your dense project, fine. Do that. But don't do a TIF. Don't be burdening the entire community for a generation, maybe 2 generations, as this other gentleman said. He'll be dead. You know, I mean, my kids are 30. They wanted to stay in Sugar Grove. You know, who's going to want to be raising their families here when they're not going to have any money coming in? I just don't understand. The amount of taxes being diverted is just far too great. And the whole idea this entire project has devastated the community for 6 years. You know, it started 6 years ago. The divide between all these people, all this time, has been horrendous. The comments that people are making, the accusations people make, you know, it's terrible. We don't need that. You know, we need something positive in this community. And the whole idea of trying to run this through and meetings till 1 in the morning is just, it reeks of desperation. And we should not be the desperate party here. You know, it's not our job to guarantee their profitability. They bought that land on speculation. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. You know, and it's not to be paid on the backs of taxpayers.
Thank you. Victor?
Hello, my name is Dr. Victor Gensini, Professor of Meteorology at Northern Illinois University. I speak on behalf of my own opinion tonight, not NIU, but I will say go Huskies on an incredible win over Notre Dame. I live off Scott Road in Blackberry Township. I appreciate the need for thoughtful growth and a more diverse tax base in our community, but I have serious concerns regarding the impact that this development would have on the village and the surrounding residents. I've talked ad nauseum at other hearings about the traffic, air quality, and water quality issues, but tonight I want to focus on the TIF. TIF districts are intended to spur economic development in blighted areas. There is no evidence whatsoever that this parcel is responsible for flooding in the Blackberry watershed, and without scientific justification, the area does not meet the criteria necessary to warrant TIF designation. Just because portions of the parcel are in a FEMA-designated floodplain does not mean it is responsible for flooding tens of miles downstream. I have looked at model simulations of stream flow runoff, catchment, and flow into Blackberry Creek using the Wharf Hydro and National Water models. This TIF district is not a direct cause of downstream flooding in places like the Cherry Hills subdivision. Inquiring minds would like to know why the Blackberry watershed is not continuing flooding west of Illinois Route 47 if this TIF parcel is the cause of flooding downstream. Using the TIF for residential development would divert funds from essential public services such as schools, emergency services that are already stretched thin. And using this logic, all farmland not in a floodplain should be eligible for a TIF, especially the farmland between East Galena Boulevard and Illinois Route 56 that also drains into the Blackberry Creek and is further downstream to where that flooding cited earlier is located. Call me skeptical, but I am very about the viability of developing commercial in Zone 3A and especially 3B. The current and projected number of homes in the vicinity, along with the population density of the area, does not support the need for additional commercial endeavors. Such development is risking to become underutilized, leading to vacancies, which would be detrimental to the overall aesthetic. Yet the PDD zoning favorability for Crown does not guarantee that that will happen. I am in the business of forecasting and prediction. I forecast a scenario in which Crown develops Zone 1, meets the TIF requirements of the 100 parcel build-out. They start additional mass grading and extend sewer and water infrastructures through Zone 3 and up to Zone 4 and 5, ultimately quickly developing the warehouse and data center parks. Zone 2 starts to develop, but begins to stall. Zones 3A and 3B never develop. They sell the land and wash their hands of the area. We are left with warehouses, a fueling station, and minimal residential development carried on the back of a TIF, and the goal of diversifying the tax base has failed. I urge you to vote no on this particular project in its current form. The potential negative impacts on air traffic, or on air quality, traffic, and water safety are questionable.
Thank you, Victor. Dan Randle. We have Dan Randle, Jaden Chada, and Bob Ramondi will be the next three.
Many years ago as a boy, I chose my favorite sports team. Their style and attitude was same as mine. I fit in with them really well. I was home. I saved my money, and as I got older, I bought gear with their name. My favorite piece was a pristine white hooded sweatshirt emblazoned with their logo. I was always very careful to wear it to never get it dirty and washed it in a special load to prevent other colors from staining it. Loved it. Then one day I dropped spaghetti sauce on the front of it. I was horrified that the sweatshirt was ruined. But confidently I sprayed, I soaked, I scrubbed. Finally I put it in the wash to get it clean. Unfortunately, I didn't realize that somebody else had put some other clothes in the washing machine as well. I took it out of the washing machine, those other colors had run, and the stain was still there. The sweatshirt was ruined, completely ruined. The stain was still there, and there were even other colors. My money spent was gone. My hope for keeping the sweatshirt pristine was gone. It was all ruined due to someone else's greed and disregard for what I had sought out and wanted to keep forever. I donated that shirt to the Salvation Army in hopes somebody else wanting it. I went back to the Salvation Army store several months later and saw that my old sweatshirt was still there. No one else wanted it. It was stained. The stain was still there. Sugar Grove trustees, you will vote on this Crown development. If we read you correctly, you will approve it. Despite all the negative feedback you have received and the scientific proof
that this is a bad idea, you will probably approve it. You have created a stain that will never, never go away, even if the warehouses close, like they do in DeKalb all the time. Even after most of you are voted out of office soon, with any luck at all, your stain will bear your names. Your legacy will be one of disgrace to all the people who elected you. Years from now, after some of you have moved to Florida to live your best lives, you will have a stain left that has your name on it. I watch you up there. It's pretty obvious that there are two big salespeople for Crown. Obvious. Two of you that are asking real questions and want real answers. One of you hasn't spoken unless spoken to in weeks. I wonder if a student in school could go through the whole school year like that, but I digress. Two more of you seem to be on the fence, but leaning the wrong way. Please do not stain our community. Please do not stain our pristine countryside. If you want a new town hall, build it where the center of town is now. Don't move it 4.2 miles north. Please, no stain. Please do not annex. Please do not give a TIF. Let Crown pay for their own way in. And also, please take this to referendum. Let the people who elected you, that you represent, make the choice, not the 7 of you.
Thank you. Jaden?
Hi, everyone. I sent the 7 of you an email earlier this afternoon. It was a little bit later this afternoon, so I'm going to read it now in case you didn't get a chance earlier. It was regarding 2 court cases about TIFs. The first case, Henry County versus Orion, is about a village who similarly attempted to pass a TIF in almost the same fashion as the village of Sugar Grove. This case has been highlighted to point out some of the main takeaways. The green highlights, which are also in these documents here, point out that the courts denied TIF when the town used the same rationale as Sugar Grove is using. The pink highlights say, quote, "The act does not define commercial agricultural purposes, but when the statutory term is not defined, it must be given its ordinary and popularly understood meaning." The court said that the property was not blighted as it was being commercially farmed, just like the Crown property. The blue highlights show that the, quote, surplus, like Crown is maybe agreeing to the school district, cannot be used to augment the school district without everyone else getting their own piece of the pie. Similarly, there can be no intergovernmental agreement between the village and one taxing body without all of the other taxing bodies receiving an equal or proportional share based on the percentage of EAV they are normally entitled to. This doesn't leave much for the school district. In the second case, Castell versus Village of Marion, the village attempted to approve a TIF district which included a portion of farmland. There was one section of true blight next to the farmland. The village attempted to include the farmland within the district. The courts ruled that the portions which were farmland are not blighted and do not qualify. They also ruled that the section next to it was indeed blighted and does qualify, the true blighted section. This sets the precedent that each individual area or parcel needs to be studied to determine its blight status. There has been no study conducted on the Crown property. This would likely occur after the subdivision of the property occurs. Let's take a look at the reasoning that the Crown property does qualify, even though it is being commercially farmed. Trustee White provided reasoning based on the fact that the property will eventually be subdivided. Even if that were the intent of the act, why is the section of commercial farming included in the act? The real reason it is included is because farmland should never be considered blighted. If an area of farmland is suspected to be blighted, it should be subdivided, and then each individual parcel should be studied for potential blight characteristics that would satisfy the 1 or 2 factor requirement. I'll state again what I mentioned at the August 27th meeting on the morning of August 28th. If there are conditions elsewhere, downstream in this case, that need to be remediated from runoff from the Crown's property, you need to know what you're actually remediating. Crown has stated that they will not develop without a TIF. They are not TIF eligible. There is no reason to annex or zone at this time, but many board members have stated repeatedly that this property is at an interchange and it's inevitable that it'll be developed at some point. This sentiment itself cripples the but-for requirement. It's not TIF eligible. I highly encourage you all to vote no.
Thank you. Bob Ramondi. And then Laura Trippin, Aaron Rosengarten, And Dave Pollack will be the next.
This is my 4th time here. I have not been able to talk because of the fact that we run late and I have to be in Belvedere at 6 in the morning. This is in front of my house. Since you wouldn't let me show the video with the traffic, I recorded the traffic. So 3 minutes of listening to this is how loud it is. I have to talk this loud in my front yard and I cannot talk on a phone. So I'll put this down now, but this is what I have to listen to all the time. So in the house, you close the windows, it's okay. You go in your yard, this is what you got to listen to. Truck after truck after truck. You're going to add more of this to our area. I'll shut it off now. Maybe. I can't shut it off at home, so I'll shut it off here. No, I won't. Guess we're going to have to listen to it a little longer. Anyway, after being here for every freaking meeting, being here all night, not being able to talk because of the fact that you run it so late, half the people have to leave, have to go to work, have to deal with their kids. We need to have better representation for this. You don't listen to the facts that are presented. We've had more than enough experts. We have people send you stuff perpetually. I've gone through all 3 traffic studies and looked at the numbers on the traffic studies. We are already at what the state was almost to what the state was predicting for Main Street and 47 for 2040. And we're at 2024. And then we're going to add this into it. The pollution, the noise, everything else. I could go on like freaking forever because I do engineering. I know what they do with the soil studies. I've looked at the soils reports. I know what they're going to do with the soil. I've talked to water people that know that they literally looked at their study from EEI and said, it's a joke. This does not prove anything. They do not connect the dots as to how the water gets from point A to point B anywhere. There's no water studies done. Yes, topographic, it shows it's uphill. Water runs downhill. But you've got X amount of distance that it has to absorb before it gets down the hill to where it causes a problem. The fact that the Crown property only comprises less than 1%, the whole 760 acres, less than 1% of the watershed. So you're going to mitigate anything in that 1%, and the portion that actually creates it is 30 acres or less. So your runoff and your study is a bunch of BS. There's no reason for any of this. You should vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura?
Hi, Laura Turpin in Sugar Grove. Just a little background. My undergraduate degree and my graduate degree are in finance. I've worked as a financial analyst, including at a leading accounting and auditing firm. And I'm just saying that to show you where my perspective is coming from. During that board meeting on August 27th, sometime around midnight, a new TIF option was announced, that 80-20 split. And the subsequent discussion that occurred after that was alarming. When asked about the impact of the higher interest rate on the 80-20 proposal, the accountant, and I quote, said, "We don't have a number on the actual interest." He indicated that with a phased development, the projections would be very difficult. That's insanity. As I heard this, it dawned on me that if we haven't done the modeling for the 80-20 option, we probably haven't actually done it for the 90-10 option. During the conversation, the accountant advised he would calculate the revised interest based on a best-case scenario. That is not the right answer. We don't look at best-case scenarios because they don't happen. We look at worst-case scenarios and all the scenarios in between. I do agree with the accountant. This is an incredibly complicated financial projection that must consider so many things: the uncertainty of the completion of the phase development, uncertain revenue stream, unknown interest rate environments, and contingency planning. This is a job for a highly skilled financial team to develop and test the assumptions, run the multiple projections that are needed, review the results, develop the recommendations. The assumptions should include a range of scenarios. For example, what if the Illinois housing market stalls in 3 years, or 5 years, or 7 years? Not unrealistic. We are seeing what's going on across the country. What if no retail gets built in the town center for 5 years? What if it takes 10 or 15 years? Or what if it never happens? How will decreasing interest rates or increasing interest rates impact the cost of capital over the next 23 years? These are real issues. And let me be clear, Crown's projections are not our projections. Crown is not our partner in this. We are a means to their end. Sugar Grove needs to have a clear understanding on how the many potential scenarios of the development in TIF could play out for us. We should make some assumptions for the impact of the taxing districts, not punt this down the road because it's too hard to come up with the cost could be. I don't know if it's incompetence, ignorance, or an intentional disregard for the financial security of our community. Whatever it is, you trustees need to see the light before it's too late.
Aaron? I have Aaron. Sorry, Dave. I don't know if there's, you can go, and then Aaron will follow you if there's. We'll go in order. That's fine. Okay, he's passing to you. Dave?
Good evening. As you know, this entire concept of approving a PDD and TIF for the Crown development is meeting with fierce resistance. This type of development is not good for our community. Last year, I urged the board to vote on this after the presidential election. As of now, there are still too many questions about this, ranging from outdated soil samples. Crown is dictating the development and not the other way around. Plus, there are concerns about the impacts to groundwater, pollution, and public safety. 2 weeks ago, I was going south on 47 near I-80. If you haven't been there, there's 3 large warehouse and distribution centers. These may be bigger than what Crown is proposing, and they are owned by 3 companies which you may have heard of them. One of them is Procter & Gamble, the other is Ryder, and the other one's an up-and-coming grocery chain called Costco. Here's what's interesting. These are not located anywhere near residential, and they aren't part of a TIF district. Now, if these companies can afford building out this area on their own dime, why not Crown? When I asked my contact at Morris Village Hall, he said that Costco is a great partner. They never asked for a TIF, and they are putting hundreds of thousands of dollars, it's probably more, back into the taxing bodies. Every year they donate backpacks and school supplies to the students at the Saratoga School District. Now my contact said he is aware of the project that's going on in Sugar Grove, and he said that they would be nuts to approve a PDD and TIF for residential and commercial. There's no reason to rush into this decision. Now I know it's too late to get this on a ballot for the upcoming election, but it's not too late for the April election. Listen to your residents and put this up for a binding referendum next year. Now, I do ask, before you go to sleep tonight, pray for guidance and wisdom when it comes to this issue. But be prepared to answer God when he asks, why do you want to destroy the lives of so many people? Village Board, say no to this PDD. Village Board, tear up this TIF agreement and say no. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron?
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Aaron Rosengarten, a resident of Sugar Grove here for the last 14 years. Here not only on behalf of my wife, but also my 2 school-age kids, one of whom is playing baseball. I'm missing right now for this. So that's how much it means to be up here. My wife and I were looking for a house to buy after getting married. We had totally different ideas of a perfect place. I wanted to be out in the middle of nowhere with some land and nobody around me, and obviously she wanted something a little bit more city life. We looked at Batavia, Geneva, St. Charles, but Sugar Grove ended up being quite the perfect compromise of what we were both looking for, and different than those other surrounding towns. We live in a quiet neighborhood, 15 minutes for anything we'd ever want, and that's exactly what we moved here for. It's been great living and raising our 2 children here in Sugar Grove. We've made lifelong friends that we consider family, and we love the current character of this community. I'm afraid that this is all about to be turned on its head with limited to no added value for its current residents and those living in the immediate area. I'm not sure why we're entertaining the thought of mortgaging the character and charm that is Sugar Grove, its lasting legacy, if you will, with little to no immediate benefit in return, with no guaranteed long-term benefit. I'm not opposed to sensible and responsible development in general, but I think the scope of this development is not in character with what we all know and love about Sugar Grove. Additionally, after listening intently the last few meetings, I still do not feel the area in question qualifies for the 23-year TIF as is being advertised. The qualification of fixing the downstream flooding seems counterintuitive to me, as I always grew up being told that porous surfaces absorb water, which the farmland in its current state is, as opposed to the concrete and asphalt that it would replace with, about as non-porous a surface as there is, creating additional runoff that does not exist at this time. I don't see how you can dig enough water retention areas that will absorb and disperse the water in any better way than the farmland currently does. I would surmise that whatever downstream flooding may or may not currently exist will be negatively impacted by this development, which renders the initial TIF qualification moot. The way I see it, we're going to need another TIF when this TIF adds to that downstream flooding that we supposedly see every 10 to 12 years. Let's assume for a minute the TIF qualification is indeed accurate. As the current TIF ask stands, Crown is looking for every single penny and variance that they can get from the village, and good on them for doing that, because that's exactly what I would do if I was in their position. The art of the deal: shoot for the moon, work for the huge ask, because that's what they'll really settle for will be much less if pushed. I'm not sure that you as the trustees understand that you do not have to accept the TIF in its current form. There's much to be trimmed from the current ask and much to be completely removed as well. Let's put the I back in TIF and do things incrementally instead of all at once. The village has a straight flush. Crown has a pair of deuces at best. We've got what they need: free money, potential for lax zoning ordinances that we're stuck with for 23 years, and new I-80 interchange. Village trustees, please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Klisch. Bill Klisch.
Victor, I was at that game actually on Saturday, but not for Northern Illinois, unfortunately. As a resident of the last 16 years, I'm not against development in our village, but I am against using our tax dollars to assist a very profitable organization via this proposed TIF district. I found some interesting research on this topic, which I emailed to all of you guys earlier today. I'm going to quote a few statements from the NIU Law Review article titled "TIF in Illinois, the Good, the Bad, and the Ugly." The article provides examples of where TIF has worked well in Illinois: vacant buildings, obsolete structures, brownfield sites, and decaying downtown areas. This land is none of those. The article further states that very few, if any, areas become blighted overnight. One would expect a pattern of private sector and government efforts to redevelop the property prior to a decision to declare a TIF district. In my 16 years, I'm not aware of any work by Crown or violations raised by the village affecting this area. Instead, Crown continues to make money from the agricultural output of this property, which gives it the lowest taxing possibility. Per the article, TIF provides a flexible and powerful financial tool for municipalities undergoing fiscal stress. However, my first phone conversation with Scott, our new village administrator, he told me that he would not have taken this position if the village's finances were not in good order. As for the widespread use of TIFs, the article states that during trial testimony, a major TIF consultant could not recall a single occasion where he had recommended against or made a negative finding in a qualification study. SB Friedman's unconvincing report is the only reason this TIF discussion still continues. It further goes to say that this creates further opportunities in consulting business for SB Friedman, which is true in this case, as our village, as I emailed our board, and they have not responded to me, as our village asked SB Friedman to prepare the preliminary project financial review. This is good for SB Friedman's bottom line, but appears to be a conflict of interest for our village. The article concludes with some suggestions, one of which is to not use TIFs for residential development. As currently proposed, only 36% of this land is guaranteed to not be residential. Residential development contributes to fiscal loss due to adding operational expenditures, limiting the TIF's promised long-term growth. This TIF proposal has changed our village from a peaceful place to one of personal attacks and metal detectors that you all walked in through. I don't blame Crown for taking advantage of the vague TIF statutes. I do the same. But that shouldn't be the reason we approve this. Please preserve our peace and vote no.
Thank you. Lisa Essling, Dale Essling, and then Frank. I can't read the last name, begins with a B. Those are the next three. Lisa Essling, Dale Essling, and then Frank.
I sent you guys emails today, and I have paper copies if you didn't read them, or you can get them. Can I give these to you?
No, you can leave him on that podium right there. Okay.
Lisa Essling from Blackberry Township. The trustees must vote no to the annexation, annexing additional land into the village when there are so many acres undeveloped within the current village boundaries is irresponsible and detrimental to developing Sugar Grove into a walkable destination village. The cost to destroy the natural topography and structure of the land and change it into property that is hoped to be buildable is financially astronomical and ecologically disastrous. Developing this land according to the desires of Crown will dramatically threaten the ability of the neighbors to live with safe roads, air, and water, and will detrimentally affect the resale values of their home, creating a financial burden to longtime residents who have no vote in the decisions of the Sugar Grove Board. Sugar Grove will become a nuisance neighbor. Annexing this land for the proposed uses will be a financial disaster for the taxing bodies and the village. The trustees must vote no to the rezoning. The property does not satisfy any of the requirements and the standards for rezoning. Neither Crown nor the village will address the first half of the first standard. We all know it will do the opposite of promote these attributes. The standard says and not or. Crown must be compelled to prove that the rezoning will promote the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and general welfare of the village. They can't just ignore that. The second one is the trend of development in the area consistent with this request. Crown has said, and we concur, there are currently no development of this type anywhere in the village. They expressed their opinion, or wishful thinking, that this is appropriate near full tollway interchange. We, the many who live right there, strongly disagree. It is anything but appropriate in a near farming and residential neighborhood. How are the permitted uses allowed by the rezoning more suitable? The current zoning is farming, and we've brought several experts who have testified, commenting that the land north of the tollway is not suitable for the proposed uses. Neither the location or the structure of the land is more suitable for commercial than farming and residential. Will the rezoning alter the character of the neighborhood or be detrimental to the property? Crown claims that the character of the area was already changed with the addition of the tollway ramps. So any other changes in character from the development are acceptable? Isn't that like saying I've already oversalted my food, so I should just add more salt? The facts are that there are more vehicles, but the rural character has not changed. We still see the stars at night, have abundant wildlife freely roaming, and can hear the bullfrogs and the owls. Crown must prove that the character as described here will not be altered. Neither Crown nor the village will address the second half of the standard with regards to Blackberry Township residents whose homes and lives will be negatively infringed upon. We all know that will be detrimental adjacent to there.
Thank you, Lisa. Dale? It'll be Frank after Dale, and then Chris Zimmer.
My name's Dale Essling, and the idea that SB Friedman can just throw a blanket over 760 acres of farmland and call it blighted because the EEI looked at some maps and answered a question that was worded by a lawyer absolutely violates the intent of the TIF statute. It actually violates the law, in fact. The law requires, if vacant, the sound growth and development project area is impaired by one of the following factors, that is, one, present, with that present documented to a meaningful extent, and that that factor is clearly present within the intent of the act. There really is no need to further discussion about the land qualifying for TIF because with the admission of Michelle from EEI, there was no engineering done. Just to look at some maps, the property does not qualify for TIF, just like Tesca told Crown back in 2018. There is absolutely no documentation on which to base SB Freeman's claim that the entire 760 acres qualifies as blighted land. The idea that the land can be labeled as vacant because it can now be or will be subdivided is simply not in the intent of the law. If the 760 acres is farmed, it's not vacant. If it is subdivided, then the determination of blighted land must be made on each parcel separately. This is from a court case that you all have had it for several months. It says there were 4 parcels of realty among at least 7 vacant parcels and over 300 improved parcels of realty composing the proposed TIF district. Accordingly, the trial court's finding that the above parcels did not qualify as vacant is supported by the record. What can be gleaned from this quote is that the courts looked at each parcel separately in their determination as to whether or not the TIF met state statutes. Just like the courts will look at the evidence in this case, actually the lack of evidence in this case. You should ask Michelle from EEI or perhaps the owners of EEI if they're willing to take one for the team and put their company's reputation on the line for Crown. Tesca sure was not willing to do that because they knew the land cannot qualify. I'll ask the trustees the same question. One of you is an officer of the court. Are you willing, and you have a sworn oath of office as a trustee, are you willing to take one for the team? Are you willing to risk your livelihood? Because if you blatantly violate state statute, you might just have to explain that to the Bar Association. Another one of you enforces laws. Are you willing to take one for the team and risk your livelihood? Because if you blatantly violate a state statute, you might have to explain why you enforce some laws while knowingly ignore others. Another one of you works for the district, the Canaan School District. You willing to take one for the team? There's a gentleman in Sugar Grove who ran all the numbers and said that the numbers don't look as rosy for the school district as everyone would like them to believe. You all took an oath of office to uphold the Constitution. You all need to honor that oath of office and vote no on this entire project.
Thank you. Frank? And then Chris Zimmer will be next.
I'm her husband. She asked me to take
Okay.
a spot. Is that okay?
Okay, that's fine. I'm sorry. Is this gentleman here Frank? Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Just, sir, you have the microphone. Frank has the microphone.
Frank Babish, 224 Calkins Drive, Sugar Grove. Moved out here in 1970. Been here ever since. I attended one other meeting. I'm not an expert in any of these areas. I like to think I'm an expert in public education because that's where I've spent all my adult life. Are there Crown representatives here? Will they answer a question?
This is for
No?
public comment, sir.
Okay, all right. Well, since I can't get an answer, one of my major concerns is, of the 2 meetings I've been at, I've never really heard exactly who's going to do all these build-outs. I mean, is it going to be Crown, or are they allowed to sell off land to another owner, and that owner can determine what they want to build in the specific zone area? I don't know. The other thing I was curious about was, at the last meeting, I saw the outline of the various businesses, and I didn't see any land allocated for like an elementary school, which I certainly think should be included. And that would be based on the population that's there, which I'm just not aware of. But I am a reasonable person, and as I have sat here and listened to all these things from people of various different areas, and after reading the documents that I was given on the PDD and TIF, I'll be honest with you, the people who are voting for this, I don't know how on earth you can find the rationale to vote for that. It does nothing. It does nothing really for Sugar Grove, and I can't imagine what the school district is going to do if the taxes are frozen and all these kids come moving in. The other thing I noticed is I really haven't heard anything about a fire department. You can't expect services from downtown Sugar Grove out here, and a fire department provides a lot more than dealing with fire. They provide life-saving services. somebody has a stroke or a heart attack or just gets in an accident, there has to be that service here. I've not heard a word about who provides that. Certainly, it would be a tremendous burden on the taxpayers to have to provide the money for that kind of service. So I don't know, I think I don't know anybody that's voting for this, but quite honestly, if you want to do the right thing, I don't see that there's any alternative. You have to vote no because you're voting for Sugar Grove instead of in opposition to Sugar Grove. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Zimmer, if you can just state your first name.
Sure, Walt Zimmer.
Thank you.
So tonight's the big night. There's 7 people in this room that get to make a big decision. And I have no new revelation of information to share. Everything's been put on the table. It's very clear what the constituents feel about this proposal, and I hope that you hear that. So the 7 of you that have the power to make this decision, if you say no, Crown won't go away. Hopefully they'll come back with something better. I think that's been a theme that we've said, we'll take some development, but let's not do it like this. So I ask that you please consider this very heartfelt, say no to it, and then let them come back at another time, which they will. They're not going to go away. And that way we can get a deal that everyone in the room is happy with, and it benefits all of us. So thank you for your time, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. I have reached the end of my list, so if you came in after we took the list to the dais and you'd like to speak, just state your name for the record.
Good evening. I'm Carolyn Anderson. I run the Thoughtful Progress for the I-88 Route 47 Corridor Facebook page, and I would like to present to each of you evidence from your constituents, from your community, from people who are concerned about our area.
You can leave it right there on that podium. Thank you.
I would like to bring to your attention and submit as evidence the Change.org petition, which has gathered 2,016 signatures in just over a week, with 58 pages of names and nearly 30 pages of comments acquired, over half of them coming from your constituents and residents in close proximity to the proposed development. This was an informal petition organized through our Thoughtful Progress for the I-88 Route 47 Facebook page and shared by local residents. Had this been an official petition distributed through other channels, I am confident that the number of signatures would have been multiples of this. Each of you was elected by constituents who believed in a representative local government. Now your community is asking why their voices and concerns are being ignored. Tonight, you may vote on a development that the public clearly does not want, if not tonight, soon. The community overwhelmingly opposes the annexation of the Sugar Grove LLC land, the PDD zoning, and the TIF for this development. We oppose the destruction of our community, the future industrial development that will spread like a prairie fire through our farmland. We oppose the loss of life and harm that will be inflicted on those traveling our roads, breathing our air, and possibly drinking our water. Please give your constituents the respect and flexibility of a referendum. Why should Crown receive flexibility when you have given little to none to the public? We pay taxes, we have been paying taxes, we support the taxing bodies, we invested in this area. What has Crown done? Before swooning with false information and dividing leaders from the community that they should be serving. A respected panel of experts has presented compelling evidence that this development is not suitable for our community, and the claim of blight being used to justify the TIF is fraud. The evidence they have presented proves fraud. Thank you in advance to those of you who have listened to the public and evidence and have announced you also stand with us in opposition. Please stop this and restore peace and trust in our community. And I just want to say thank you, Sean, for coming tonight. I know how difficult this was.
Thank you. I think your 3 minutes
hold
are
on,
up.
I have been told with...
Carolyn, your 3 minutes, I believe, are up.
No, they're not. No, they're not. You never started the timer.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the screen and there's nothing up, so I apologize.
I have been told that by presenting this evidence, I must notify you that by voting to approve this development, you will be circumventing the wishes of the residents that you represent. You will be acting in bad faith, and in doing so, you will be committing fraud by approving this TIF. You will not be able to hide behind the corporate veil in any legal action brought against the Village of Sugar Grove. You will be exposed to personal liability, which is a criminal action, not civil. Please, please, stop what is going on before it gets even uglier. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. If you could just state your name for the record.
My name is Michael Ruskoff. I'm a Sugar Grove resident and a licensed CPA. At the last board meeting, during the public comment portion, I brought up the fact that neither Crown nor the village properly addressed the financial impact of the various taxing bodies would occur if this project would be approved. While this TIF will add cost to all taxing bodies, I attempted to try to determine how this TIF proposed would affect Keeneland School District. After the last meeting, I conducted research of available public information on the internet. The information I'm sharing here is included all public information I used to make these estimates. I sent this email to the entire village board and the school board on August 30th with my calculations and resources. I would be happy to share this with anybody else in the public here at this meeting. I went through all public information, could not find any support behind the numbers in Crown's proposal. On page 56, figure 6 of the redevelopment agreement, it lists $2.1 million of property taxes in the land development budget. However, it was previously stated that the properties currently generate $55,000 in property taxes annually. While I know it's farmland, when farmland is rezoned to commercial, the property taxes will significantly increase when it's subdivided and the roads are put in, but the value doesn't make sense. Going from $55,000 to $2 million over the time it takes to develop this in, 7 years, doesn't make sense. And the question is that number inflated? We don't know. If Crown's numbers are inflated, then the amount of money that taxing bodies should get would be greater. Before the village board votes on this plan, I asked that they require Crown to provide evidence to show that how they calculate the cost in the TIF. Based on the National Center of Education Statistics, the portion of education to one's education in school district is $24,000. Based on this, based on Crown's own website, it's estimated that they're going to build 1,500 residential units in the Grove. Based on, I'm going to skip some stuff, don't have much time left, but I can show a bit of information here. It's going to be, I come up with the math that it's going to cost the school district between $200 and $240 million to raise their kids in the next, 23 years of this TIF district. And the school district is going to get a fraction of that money. So they're going to be short a lot of money. And I wonder how they're, the school district, I was told, thinks they're going to be made whole. They're not going to be made whole. There's going to be a lot of money shortage, and there's going to be shortage, and not just the school district, but the village will be short. Every taxing body is going to be short of money because Crown has all this money, and it's just unfair. And what happens down the road when all this stuff happens? We're going to increase taxes. I just hope the village votes no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Monica Hubble. I've been a resident of Sugar Grove for the last 19 years. I didn't know what to say, that everybody has said already so many times, and it just doesn't seem to be getting through to anybody, but maybe it is. Tonight, we can cross our fingers. I'm sad. My husband's pissed off, and my neighbors can't wait to vote for new representation. I think this is the general feel of Sugar Grove residents. Let's just put that out there, because I think when you're making these huge decisions, which, God bless you, I would never want to be in your position. It's hard. I'm sure it's hard. But I think what's harder is that the next day when you have to face your neighbors and they say, wait, you voted for that? What? Why? Because you will face your neighbors. Your neighbors are going to ask. You can't avoid talking to your neighbors anymore. I'm so sad that you aren't hearing the people that voted for you, thinking you would represent them. These are not just the Blackberry Township people. These are Sugar Grove people. So it is people that represent, that voted for you to be here. I've been a school teacher too, 34 years. This is my retirement year. And mostly I attend school board meetings, but I never knew the village board meetings could last past midnight. That was shameful. That was unbelievable. I hope tonight somebody, if it gets that late, will say, hey, for the good of everybody that's up and has to work tomorrow, can anybody just voice and say, that's up there, say, let's not go past midnight for the good of the people sitting here. As Marie said earlier, this whole thing feels desperate. I don't know what the hurry is. Maybe some of you know what the hurry is. Maybe Crown knows what the hurry is. But you need to slow this process down. Vote no, no to the TIF, and no to the PDD.
Thank you.
Sheila Albano from lifetime and generational resident of Elburn. I wasn't going to speak tonight because I don't think that initially I thought I have nothing else to say that you haven't already heard in multiple meetings and by everybody else. I don't have all the reports and all the information that you've already been given over and over and over and over again. But I was at the school board meeting last night, and I've been a regular person at the school board meeting. They voted last night to accept a budget that is $4 million in debt for the upcoming school year. They acknowledge that they have been operating in a $1 million debt for some time. And there are mechanisms in place through the state that allows them to do that. But at this point, because so many of their funds are in debt, they will now begin a deficit reduction process that must start a year from in the school year next year. And they will be cutting costs through this year, expecting to get that $4 million down. One of you teaches at that school district. It is beyond my comprehension how you cannot know the effect this TIF, forget the other stuff, just to start with the TIF, is going to have on your students, your parents, and all of your community members. Yes, there will be a referendum. There's been a plan for a referendum for the high school well beyond any of this, but we're not sure now that we'll ever be able to pass it if you put this through. Further, we were told that it's not really the taxing bodies, it's not your problem, it's the taxing body's problem. If they need more money, they just need to raise their levy. Well, that isn't even possible. As people in the taxing bodies know, you can't just raise your levy to whatever you want it to be. And in addition, I was told at the zoning hearing that Crown would make the school district whole. I was told that several times. Everyone knows, any school district in the world that you go and talk to about TIFs, they are not made whole. And this one most assuredly will not. I cannot imagine why you think you need a TIF to develop homes. If you wanted to keep it to the Crown industrial part, that's one thing. But if they're already self-funding your TIF anyway, the entire purpose of this is nuts. You will not be forgotten. I told you before that nobody has forgotten how Sugar Grove has affected their neighboring communities through the last decades. I assure you, you will not be forgotten for this, depending on your vote. You are affecting not just Sugar Grove residents, not just Blackberry residents, but people all the way as far north as Ram Road, because that's where Elburn's Fire District goes, and all the way out to Cortland, and all the way down to Montgomery, and all the way west to Big Rock and Keeneville. You're affecting all of them without any regard to who you are. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jera Piper. I'm speaking on behalf of another individual that lives in Sugar Grove. For the past several weeks, we have heard overwhelming opposition to this proposed PDD annexation and the TIF district for Crown. It's still hard to fathom that a developer is setting the terms and conditions of any development. When questions are asked, Crown says, "We can do that." Why isn't the board telling Crown what to do? Crown has absolutely no say in how we move forward with what we want and expect from this development. No other developer, whether residential or commercial, has told the village what they want to do. Development is very unpopular, and Crown will make the requested changes, and they better find a way to be okay with that. We can't let them run the show. This will only open the door for other developers to do whatever they want and run roughshod over everyone. Why am I here today? Well, I'm speaking on behalf of this gentleman, but I too was at, this is him, at the Meet the Candidates Forum last year. And I did hear Trustee Bonnie say twice he would not support any TIF project. Being in law enforcement, sir, I know that you are held to a higher standard. You took an oath as a police officer and as a trustee, and to follow the law. And there's an expectation to be honest and keep your word. I did speak to Chief Cross recently, and he did say that you were a good officer, you had integrity, and you were honest. When I asked him what would happen if a police officer lied on a police report, he said that officer most likely would get fired. When asked if if a police officer lied in court and his response was, "You mean commit perjury?" then that officer would run the risk of being arrested and would be fired. While this is not a court of law, your word means something. When I told Chief Cross about your pledge, he said, "Please let me know how he voted." I promised him I would do that. Mr. Bonnie, just like you can't lie during your work, don't lie to us, please. You promised you would not support a TIF. Live up to your word and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Megan Musano. I grew up in this area, real close to this area. I work for West Aurora, and I have twin kindergartners in Caneland School District. My entire life goes up and down 47. This is just one more story. You've had many stories, and I know what I have doesn't really change your mind. I know that your decision, like my story, doesn't necessarily matter to you guys. But when you look around, every single person has the same story. All your neighbors have a story. One more drop in a bucket, this bucket is getting heavy, very, very heavy. This decision is bigger than yourselves, and you have to think about the whole community, which also includes the Elburn and Countryside Fire Department. I know, to answer the gentleman's question, Elburn, or there is land on Main Street, just south on 47, where there is, the ability to build another fire department. However, the taxing body that goes into that fire department is larger than you guys. It's larger than just us sitting here. And they don't get a vote on this. So the way that you're affecting your community, again, isn't just Sugar Grove, it's everyone. It's everyone's life. And with all the research and the data that I've heard from the very, very eloquent speakers who came before me, I just don't understand. I'm not sure how this is a good idea. And I don't know if I just missed a whole bunch of time where you guys were convincing everyone that this is great for everyone, but being here, I've missed that. All I see is multiple drops in the bucket of everyone sad, people ready to cry. I'm nervous for my kindergartners. What do I do for the next 12 years? Caneland passed that budget, and I think it's a $4.9 million deficit. How do we fix that moving forward? This is not going to help. Like, our children are our future. Like, everybody here, drops in the bucket. I don't know what else to say, other than, like, think a big picture, please.
They don't read.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Going once? Going twice? 3 times?
My name's Tim Slamons, and I hate speaking in front of people more than almost anything in my life. but my daughter came here tonight with my 3-week-old grandson to help support us, and he was raising his hand when she said no TIF. I didn't prepare anything tonight. I don't like the way I've become these last couple months, because it's so infuriating what we are dealing with here. All I want to do is point out a few things. We're basing the TIF on supposedly blight for flooding. It's your 7 folks' decision to decide, is that correct? Is that really worth this large of a TIF? And the one that's even worse than that is the but for. But for this TIF, the owner of that property says they will not develop it. I have nothing else to compare that to other than saying, I'm a great wolf. Sugar Grove, I want to come take care of your chickens because I'm a great wolf. You don't let the wolf take care of the hen house. Who cares if they say they can't make money off it? They own the most valuable land in this area. If they can't make it work, let someone else make it work. Please, I'm sorry for some of the things I've posted. I'm sorry for some of the things I've thought and done and said. But just give it good consideration. Those 2 main things. Is it really blighted? And does the but for work when the person saying but for is the owner of the property? Has anybody done a study to see how much that land is worth? We obviously spent thousands of dollars to get a TIF approved, supposedly. Crown has spent thousands of dollars getting all this going. Has anybody asked them, what do you plan to make off of this? What if they make $300 million? Do they refund any of that TIF? What if they make, sounds like an awful lot of money, but so does $350 million to develop 750 acres? How many of those acres are really contributing to the floodplain? But yet we're going to give them a blanket TIF on the whole thing. I am glad I am not in any one of your guys' shoes, but I do want to say, Trustee Lendy and Trustee Michaels, you guys are my heroes, especially Trustee Lendy. You got nerves of steel, lady, and we all appreciate it.
Thank you. Do I have any other public comment? Yes. That's okay. Come on over.
I am Barbara Saloga, and I do live in Sugar Grove. I would just like to say 1 or 2 sentences. No TIF, Saloga Builders, Ed's dad, we've been in the business probably over 70 years, and I'm probably older than most of you in this crowd. Anyhow, I'm saying no TIF. We have never gotten 1 TIF in all of our years of building. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? Yes, please just come to the podium. Thank you.
Hi, Carrie Guerra. I would just like to thank everyone's time that everyone has put in for their well thought out speeches. I just wanted to say that when the Crown was giving all of their, the questions and the answer part of it, their answers were not really truthful, or I shouldn't say truthful, I should say complete, because some of the questions that were being answered or asked, they would, for example, have you been ever been in litigation? now or have you been in the past? She would answer, we are not currently in litigation. And then they would move on to the next question. Well, she never answered, had they been in the past in any litigation? And that seemed to be the continued part of the evening. They never really answered every question thoroughly, and it just was the preface of the whole entire time. And so I just don't think that I think that that is the preface of this whole entire process. I don't think that we are getting all of our questions answered thoroughly. And I think that you guys are not seeing the whole picture. It seems like this whole entire process is very one-sided to please Crown, and Sugar Grove is basically getting nothing in return. And I had to turn myself off of a posting thing that I never said a word in any of it this weekend, but I was just disgusted and saddened by all of the negativism and all of the name calling and the meanness of our community. People that have helped and been a huge part of this community all of these years. I'm talking 20 and 30 years. People, upstanding people, and they've turned mean and nasty over this. And I just think that this is something that you guys should vote no on, simply because it's tearing our community apart. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments at this time? Yes, sir.
Terry Michaels, Sugar Grove resident. For those of us that live in Sugar Grove and got their water bills this week, I'm sure most of us noticed there's a full-color little one-page brochure that came with the bill. On the front page of that was a picture of our village president, Jennifer Cohen, talking about her time in Springfield with former Governor Jim Edgar, and that she was invited to be part of the Edgar Fellows Program. In the article, as I read it, something struck me as unique. I've been coming to these meetings and following them online and seeing the hundreds and hundreds of people that have spoken out against this project, myself included. But one of her takeaways, she said she learned 3 things, and one of those 3 was to listen to the residents of Sugar Grove. So I would encourage you, as well as the board members that are up there, if you mean what you said and you really learned something over the last several weeks and months of what the residents have said, I think your vote tonight would be a no.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Going once, going twice, 3 times. We're going to close the public comment. We will move on with the agenda. First item is item A, the ordinance property at I-88 and Illinois 47 annexation agreement. We will not be going through the document item for item. It is a red line to go through, and I do want to address and have Scott address his board report with underlined items that he does want the board to discuss.
Thank you. If you don't mind, we go through first. There's a document that was dropped on all of the board members' desks, including village president and village attorney. There were some, it's a legal supplement of a few items to be addressed in the annexation agreement and also in the regulating plan. These are not policy-based, but rather legal points that the village attorney had requested be added to the agreement, and we wanted to just outline all of those rather than making them after the fact if this was approved with legal review. So those are on your desk, and Laura and I are happy to answer any questions that you may have about those questions. Again, they're mostly legal in nature, and that's why they were added to the agreement, to make sure that we had it as best possible for our attorney.
Does anyone have any questions for Laura specifically on that board report that's in front of you? Do you want to make any comment on that? No, okay. Obviously, this is her wanting this added to the documents. Okay, hearing no comment, let's move to the next item, which is Scott's board report. So, Mike.
Thank you. Okay, leading into my board report on, I underlined items that I thought should be discussed as part of it. I also detailed in the board report all the changes that were made to the annexation agreement itself, of course not including the legal ones we just discussed a moment ago. These are the changes that were requested by the village board at the discussions held on the August 20th meeting and the following meetings that were adjourned from that night. The first item that was left unresolved begins on the bottom of page 4, and it is a discussion about a elevated versus a ground storage tank. In the memo, you'll note that there are pros and cons for both a ground storage and an elevated tank, along with the recommendation from Public Works Director Merkel recommending an elevated tank. That is his recommendation and the Public Works Department recommendation as well. Happy to discuss this. We have Brian, our engineer here. Michelle from EEI is also available, and Brad, if you have questions about the recommendation about the tank. We would seek a consensus from the group to make sure that we appropriately get the documents updated after, if it comes to a vote tonight.
Trustee White.
Thank you. After looking at the pros and the cons of each, I also drove by the property again today. I would be in favor of the ground tank as opposed to the elevated tank.
Thank you.
In the arguments, pros and cons, it did list energy requirements for a ground storage tank, but with the recent addition of solar at the Arbor plant, are we not seeing a reduction in the cost of utilities to make a ground storage tank operable? The solar is helping us to offset the electric cost, but it is not 100% paying for it, and we also had to have a capital outlay to purchase and install the solar. Even with the regs, it's going to take us about 6 years to hit break even on the solar, but then we will start saving energy, but we still will have an energy cost to run the pumps. And then, of course, as it is solar, when the pumps run at night and at other times, they will be paying ComEd for that. But in this case, we could get additional property and increase the solar field so it could be more sustainable. And in my opinion, a 6-year payback is quite quick. So therefore, I favor the ground storage tank, knowing that the electric use is not as big a factor as it used to be.
Any other board comments?
I would agree with that, the ground storage with solar.
Okay.
I'm as well for the ground storage with solar.
I'm good as is.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm good as is, please.
I don't know if Brad or Brian, if you want to weigh in any additional comments. It seems like there is a majority on the ground storage tank. If you have a professional opinion, or Michelle, cost related, I don't know if one is over the other. I know reading your board report, the elevated tank and the pressure is always there with an elevated tank, so loss of power and that kind of thing, you will have pressure, but I'm not an engineer, so I'm going to defer to you on that.
Hello?
Yes.
Just the only thing I would say is operationally, it is a big difference. And you are going to constantly have to be running pumps and possibly spitting off a little bit or flushing out at some point in time for water not being used. It's just operationally a tank, an elevated tank is always there and it doesn't need the pumps. But you could be, I would just say, seeing water come off of fire hydrants on occasion up there to be aware of. And there's a few more items to make it work. You know, you're going to have a pump station as well as the ground storage tank there.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. I just want to go back to the board and ask the question, is the opinion of the groundwater tank specifically and only aesthetics as your reason for wanting the groundwater tank over the elevated tank? Because the recommendation from the engineers is the preference, unless I'm misunderstanding, the preference is elevated. And so I just want to know from your perspective, and as we move forward, is it aesthetic solely? And I understand that, but from an operational standpoint, it sounds like what's best for the village is an elevated tank.
Yes, I understand that. Mine is aesthetics and also understanding the surrounding community that is existing. And I don't think it's appropriate for us to put a elevated tank right next to some existing residential there.
Okay.
And so I would say we shouldn't do that.
That was what I was thinking as well. It's in somebody's backyard.
Okay. So it seems like, I don't know if anybody else has any additional comments. I have a 4-2 consensus on not doing an elevated tank.
You want to ask Jenny?
Who?
Or if you want to ask him, but it's a change.
It
That's
is a
the
change,
consensus.
so I don't know. I'm sorry, so Jennifer, can you speak to this? And I have no idea financially, Michelle, if one over the other, cost-wise, it is a change in the documents from, it's obviously going to require a little bit more land.
It's less of a, it's less of a cost and land concern. It's more of an engineering and efficiency concern and maintaining appropriate pressure in the system. It's better with an elevated storage tank. What I might suggest is if, to the extent we can find an alternative site on the north side that would be, you know, a certain distance away from any residential, that we consider allowing an elevated tank, because operationally and from a pressure standpoint, it's going to be much better for your system overall.
Okay, thank you. Is the village board agreeable? I know we talked about that a few meetings ago, that the developer would work to find an alternate location so that it's not up against residential, but the efficiency of an elevated tank, it seems like both their engineer and our engineers are concurring on that. Go ahead, Michelle, I'm sorry.
I'd just like to state one other thing to add on. With an elevated water storage tank, the amount of water you get is almost unlimited. It's limited only by the pipes, whereas for fires, you know, for the emergency purposes, you can get a lot more flow going through those water mains, whereas with the ground storage tank, you're limited by the amount of pumps you have. You can only get what your pumps are giving. So it ends up pressure-wise, you're gonna drop pressure a little bit more, that sort of thing. So it's really helpful in terms of the emergency response fires.
Thank you, Michelle.
So my question would be, if you can find another location, who would approve of that location that it would be far enough away? Is that Crown, or would that be us?
No, I don't believe Crown would just dictate that. I think that would be in conjunction with our own in-house engineers as well as EEI, but I'll let you speak to that. Scott, if you want to address that, how that gets addressed in our documents.
I assume it'd be if a mutually agreed upon location, or it would be ground, if it's elevated, it would need to be a mutually agreed upon location, otherwise it would be a ground storage tank.
Yeah,
Would be my recommended language.
Yeah, we can just say it can't be located directly adjacent to residential, and we'll work with the village on the location.
I would like to see that our planning department, no offense to engineers, but somebody with a little bit more of a feel for residential and what needs to be our border, to have a view on that and an input on if it's an appropriate location. I love engineers, but being an architect, sometimes you got to say, no, you can't put that duct through that architectural element, okay? So you need another set of eyes that's not just looking at the functionality of it. And I think the planning department knows where the division needs to be, so we could do that.
Okay, so it would be that it's mutually agreed upon between our engineers, but then ultimately approved by our planning department, community development.
And village engineer,
Yeah.
mutually agreed.
I think mutually agreed upon by the village. We'll involve the planning.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Will the board not have any say on the approval? It does seem like it's a contentious item, and I think the board should have some say in the location, make sure it's agreeable.
So if we want to do that, we would put in that it would be processed as a minor change. That way it would come before. No, a major change requires the public hearing. Minor change doesn't.
Do you want a microphone?
Yeah, minor changes have to come before the board. Pardon?
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, that's why we've been adding.
A minor change comes before the Plan Commission and then the village board if you use the minor change language from the PDD. But there's not a public hearing. A major change requires a public hearing.
Okay. So can we agree to Jennifer on that, on the location of that, because it seems to be an item that is concerning of board members, that it be processed as a minor change?
Can I have just a minute?
Of course you can.
Okay. So I don't think ground storage is appropriate at all for the system on the north side. It's not going to maintain pressure appropriately. I don't feel comfortable supporting that. And I think your village engineer, both in-house and externally, have expressed that as well. What I would suggest is that it would be a mutually agreeable location for the elevated storage tank, and we could put a minimum distance away from any nearby residential. But I think it needs to be an elevated tank.
Okay. I don't think that I don't think we dispute that issue at this point, hearing from both sides. It's just an aesthetic issue, and obviously you have to make sure it's functioning in its best location.
Yeah.
Is the board agreeable to a certain distance as a parameter, certain distance away, similar to the way we process data centers and setbacks? How tall is that tank?
It's around 150 feet tall.
Okay.
Each tank.
Just want to remind everybody that we have elevated storage tanks throughout the village, and they are located next to residential. I understand that this one would be located next to residential, and it doesn't exist today, so I understand that. Please don't think I don't. I just want to, trying to make an agreement happen between what is best for the village as far as the elevated tank and its location for functionality, for long-term benefit for the village. So if the village board could agree to a distance, if you look at your maps and agree to a distance, similarly to how we have addressed industrial space and setbacks, that would be helpful. Because there is a large area there where you don't have residential today.
Is it possible to move it to the north?
West?
No, to the north, which would really just be a little bit east and then north. I'm looking at page 84 on our
Thank you.
packet. Pardon me. Is somebody able to put up the?
Danny, can you
Exhibit
put up?
G,
Thank you.
Danny?
Let's see what he says.
we able to put it east and north of the residence that's there?
Yeah, we can, I'll look to Michelle, but it looks like the elevation up there, the high point up there is 740, so it would be a taller tank, but I don't know, Michelle, if that works from a pressure standpoint.
I believe the other, what was the other elevation we were looking at, just to put things in perspective, how much taller it would be? I believe
760.
760, so it's going to be 20 feet taller. It's
correct.
It's something we were probably, because we were kind of on the edge there of what was doable with the manufacturer. It's probably doable, I would assume, but would have to confirm that.
If that's higher there, how are we doing detention right next to it?
It drops off quite a bit. The topo drops off quite a bit right at that location.
As I mean, driving by there, that basically between, if it were to the east of that residence, there's barns between it. It doesn't have the elevation. It's a north-facing house. And I am looking at both the aesthetics. Those are the policy things that we have to make, you know, right? So I think I would be more comfortable with it east and a little bit east and north of that residence there.
Can it go just due east, right where those water and sewer lines meet?
No, because
So
I
it's
think it's still going to impact it that way.
Who's still going to be impacted?
I think that residence still would be, I mean, if you're looking at the way the sun is going to, the shadow is going to cast over it, that's what I'm thinking.
Can we come up with so we can move from this particular item now, and I'm just a distance, and let the engineers decide between the north, I hear you, but a distance from that residence, because I still believe that is the hurdle, unless I'm misunderstanding.
I think it might help to pull Exhibit C as we're having the conversation. It has an aerial, and it also shows the topography, at least in 5-foot contour intervals.
Did you say C?
Exhibit C, the concept plan.
I got it.
If it didn't change, it may not be in the packet, so we'd have to pull it up from a separate source. You'd have to pull up the incomplete annexation agreement.
While she's doing that, Michelle, is that, I mean, you say it'll be 20 feet taller, but from a operational standpoint, is that a negative?
Operationally, you just want the top of the tank. We know what the top of the tank has to be. So the ground elevation just makes up the difference. And operationally, it's the same. As long as the top of that tank elevation doesn't change, operationally, there's no change. So just to put things in perspective, these types of tanks, to the bottom of the bowl is usually 80 to 120 feet is what's considered common. So if you would move to this location that you're talking about, you're 140 feet to the bottom, and then you have the bowl on top of that, so it is pretty significant. So structurally, I would just have to see what, I would have to just have that discussion with some tank manufacturers, erectors.
Okay.
We could also look at shifting the tanks south in Area 5, closer to where there are the two 90-degree bends, between area 4 and 5. That's somewhere between, that's probably around 757, 758 in elevation.
Even that 10 feet helps.
That helps positively?
Yes.
Okay. So where you have that right angle between 5 and 4.
Yeah, we can locate it somewhere in that, right at that location there, we can allocate a parcel for a tank.
Jamie, any comments on that?
Yeah, I mean, if that works, I would be okay with that.
Thank you.
That's what we're talking about, where the cursor is at on the screen.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Okay.
Right next to the 5, right?
Yeah, yeah, on
A
that
little bit
corner
east
where,
of it,
where the two areas meet. Okay. So there is, it's where the area 5 meets area 4, where it comes down and it makes a right angle in the plat line, right in that area. So it won't be up near 47, it'll be farther away from the existing resident's home that is up there on the north side. Okay, thank you for that discussion on that item between areas 5 and 4 where you have that right angle. And I think just for an additional comment on there, did you have an elevation elevation in that spot at 757?
Yeah, it's about 757, 758.
Okay.
So it's just modestly lower than the elevation we had anticipated for the other tank location. So that was 760 before, and now we're just about 3 feet lower.
Thank you. Okay. Next item, please.
Next up is section 8.2 on page 6, Village Hall land donation. This was discussed at the last meetings and added. The developer had recommended a half-acre site in the town center for the building. And what we're looking to do, and I discussed this with an architect that we have a relationship with briefly, and the size and the number of employees we can potentially have. And the recommendation was to do between 0.75 and 1 acre for the site. And so that would include the ability for us to have some parking there as well. But I wanted because this is a new item that was added, although it was discussed, I wanted the village board to be able to discuss this with the developer.
Okay, and Danny, I'm not sure if you have these exhibits, as Crown has put some exhibits together on size and what that would look like based on the acreage.
We did email those to you earlier this evening. It was like 5:30 today. Yeah.
What do you want to do, not share? Yeah, she wants, thank you.
If we could, I'd like to go back to section 4.23, 4.2.3, park and open space contributions. I don't think this needs an exhibit. The Crown is proposing to, and I don't know if this is the appropriate location, section, but it talks about parks and open space. Crown is committing to dedicate 10 acres. Based on the land cash contribution, it should be 34 acres. So there's a deficit of 24 acres. If you take the 24 acres times the $80,000 of land cash value, that's $1.9 million that the village should be getting in cash. They are dedicating some wooded area, which I'll give them credit for, but a lot of it's non-buildable. So I think the village should require some cash for the land cash contribution. I would say give them a credit for $900,000 and require a cash contribution of $1 million. The park district will need parks and sporting facilities to accommodate the increase in development.
Any other board comments on that?
I believe Scott had sent out a memo on the land cash contribution.
I was asked about the land cash contribution and calculations by trustee Michaels, so I sent on, I believe it was August 21st or maybe the 28th, it was after one of the meetings, I sent to the village board the land cash calculations and looking at them and how they were arrived at. The developer is requesting, as part of the agreement, to not have land cash for parks and instead is providing the improved parks paths and the open area that trustee Michaels had mentioned. That's the way that it's worded in the annexation agreement today.
And it's just general language, you know, it was not really brought up to the board before I'd requested, so I don't think we really went into any depth on this issue, but, you know, a $1.9 million deficit, I can see why the owner does not want to contribute that in cash. It's significant, but we do have a land cash contribution formula for this very reason. If you don't dedicate all the property and parks, then you need to come up with cash, and that's the basis of that portion of our ordinance.
I agree with trustee Michaels on this. Personally, I'd like to see the land for them to meet the requirement that we have in our PDD for the open land, but if they're not going to do that, then yes, the land cash value.
Who's going to take ownership of the area where the trails are going to be in that?
The Park District. Or, well, it'll be offered, just like other developments, will be offered to the village, and the village doesn't want it, it'll be offered to the Park District. If the Park District doesn't want it, it'll be taken on by the HOA.
Could we include Kane County Forest Preserve? Because it is a natural extension of their trail system.
And I think that was the conversations. Yes, to your point, I think that would be a natural fit. We've spoken with Scott and Joe at the Park District regarding the forestry section that Crown has committed to putting a trail system through. And if the village didn't want it or the Park District didn't want it, that, yeah, I think it would be a natural fit for it to be offered to the Kane County Forest Preserve.
So we should add that to this?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. The other thing to note is the entire property, as it sits, only until the utility lines are in the Park District today. So none of the property is in the Park District. With this development, it's my understanding that Crown Community Development will be annexing the rest of that property to the Sugar Grove Park District, which, you know, long-term benefit of the development is the property tax growth that they will see coming from the rest of the development. So he brought up the land cash issue. We know, I just want to get consensus from the board because trustee Michaels brought it up. If the board has had time to review the document that Scott presented and what the developer is asking for, is all the property that is to be included. I don't have the exact acreage, but there is a 70-acre woodland, and I understand that. I think trustee Michaels, you said it can't be developed. I believe it can be developed. It's rather expensive to develop that property, and I think it was in the best interest of the last go-round in 2019 that it stay a forestry and that area not be clear-cut was the concern that came out of 2019. So they have kept that the way it is, but it absolutely could be developed. I think some of their early renderings actually had commercial space on 47 in that area. But after some of the community engagement, that was one area, again, that still came back. So they decided to take that off as a developed area. But that would be donated. That space would be donated. The improved parks, similarly in other annexation agreements throughout the village, There are improved parks, and there are those stipulations that say, you know, it goes to the village, and then it can go to the park district, and they can accept ownership. I know it happened in our neighborhood that the park district wanted extensive, what's the right word I'm trying to say, inspections done on the parks when they take ownership. So they also want input through this process to be involved in how they are constructed if they plan to take ownership. So I believe that they are going to work with the developer on that going forward, but not obligated then to development, because we don't want to add another third party into this document. Is there any other concern for the amount of space? To also note is the park district contribution through impact fees that is in the document that has the permit fees in general. Typically, we're not seeing that number go in impact fees to the park district. So there's substantially more money coming from impact fees on permit to the park district.
The Park District impact fee is $1,200 per residential unit.
And what is the, I mean, it's a rough estimate, but what was the number, 1,300 and some odd units?
We'd been using 1,350 as the
Okay.
the estimated number without the plats.
So 1,250?
1,200.
1,200. 1,300?
1350.
That's 1.6 in impact fees to the park district, in addition to the improved parks.
In a building permit, does a builder not contribute to parks through land cash when they obtain a building permit?
It's per the annexation agreement, so it depends on every annexation agreement. Danny, I don't know if you have, I mean, it's kind of hard for you to pull that up. Maybe I know Holly has that number. Certainly Matt would have that number.
Some have none, some have a contribution. I believe this would be the largest impact fee paid to the Park District.
So what Crown's paying per building fee is not something unique that other builders or other building permits are not paying. It's consistent through the building permit processes to make a contribution towards park land cash, I believe.
I know our existing 17,850 today does not include any impact fees to the park district.
So I just want to understand, so our PDD ordinance requires not less than 40% of the land to be reserved as open and green space, and they are asking not to have that 40%. They want a significant reduction. And if we have somebody else who comes in and wants that significant reduction, wouldn't we say, well, then we have the land cash, you know?
I think that what we're finding right now, to be quite honest with you, is that Sugar Grove compared to other, and we are who we want to be, right? That's the policy of the board. But what we're finding as far as developers that want to come into the community, and when they're looking in other neighboring communities, that our 40% is high.
I would note that the open space requirement of 40% and the land cash are two separate items in our ordinances and are not directly tied together.
Okay, so they are already then asking for less than what our ordinance provides.
That is correct.
Okay. I'm not good with that less than 40%, so I would think that we would have some kind of land cash requirement for them to at least help pay for some of the park district.
Do I have any opinions on this end of the dais regarding parks? Nope. Trustee White, did you?
Scott, didn't you just say that we're adding an impact fee for the park district?
We are.
And our impact fee?
The park district has a $1,200 impact fee that is associated for this development for all residential units. It was a request from the park district to have the fees as open-ended as possible because they're going to potentially use them for maintaining services and not necessarily improving parks, because the parks they will receive from the developer are already improved parks, and they wouldn't need to do repairs or improve parks that are given to them because they are being given improved parks. So they asked for impact fees so they could use them for maintenance, or not maintenance, but like for staff or whatever they see best fit in their budget.
And overall, we're giving them, or at least we're offering them about 110 acres.
If you include the wooded area, correct, but the wooded area would not be, just for the record, it would not be an improved park. It would be a wooded area with crushed limestone trails.
But again, those areas, having Hannaford Woods as part of the Kane County Forest Preserve that has the crushed limestone, and you see a lot of winter activity out there. You can see cross-country skiing out there. It's still a viable, creating an opportunity for a recreational area, just more natural versus a park structure. Okay. Did we move on? I'm sorry. Did we, Trustee Michaels, I know we went back to that. It seems like, I know it's an issue for some, but it doesn't seem like it's an issue for all on that. Where did I leave off before we went back?
Page
Oh,
6,
thank you.
8.2, Village Hall land donation. I believe Danny has some new exhibits that she can share and about this specifically, about the size of the project, and if the developer wouldn't mind explaining why the size was recommended that they recommended.
Yeah,
Those
so-
together, and I'll pass them both directions. Here you go.
So this shows a half-acre site that we were intending to donate to the village for future village hall. This village hall was anticipated to be a 2-story building with 18,000 square feet in total. The second option, if the village, and I understand the village may not understand what their needs are at this point in terms of sizing. The second option shows a 0.75 acre site, which would provide more room to construct a larger village hall, 2-story village hall. The last option is the least desirable of the three. You'll see when we click to it why. On that one, we have 2 options. You can either eliminate the commercial potential there in favor of village hall, but that will have an impact on the town center concept that we're trying to achieve. Or it could be an odd-shaped site like you see here. We're comfortable with half an acre, 0.75. The 1 acre site, I think you said that your architect recommended somewhere between 0.75 and an acre. I think that could be more difficult.
I would agree an acre it looks like it might be more than we need, and we also don't want to put too much of a burden on Public Works and our staff with more parking than we need for our use. So staff would be fine with 0.75 from these drawings.
And I would also add, when we did our space needs analysis a couple of years ago, 18,000, the village hall was not that large. And now, obviously, with growth population, there's other communities building them that large. I don't know that we would need a building that large. So if your site is accommodating, even at the half acre, it's accommodating the 18,000 square foot, a 9,000 footprint on 2 stories, I would be in favor in advocating for at least 0.75 so that we had the ability to do what we need and plenty of space for parking if we needed to have designated village parking for whether it be board meetings or staff purposes and that kind of thing. Do I have a consensus?
3/4 acre. Yeah.
3/4?
Great.
Yeah, 3/4 is fine.
Thank you. Heidi, do you have a comment on that?
Yeah, I just eyeballing it. I don't know if that's 18,000 square feet, the size of that village hall.
2 stories.
No, I understand.
Well, an acre is 43,500
Yeah, I mean,
square feet. And you're using 9,000 square foot footprint.
So we actually measured it, and that particular footprint is 9,500 square feet. The building next to it is 8,000 square feet. So that's one story, so it's about 19,000 square feet with 2 stories.
Okay.
I definitely wouldn't go less than 3/4 acre.
Thank you. Trustee Michaels agreed? Trustee White? Okay, the village board has 100% consensus on 3/4 of an acre there. Okay, next underline, please.
Thank you. Also, page 6. Sorry.
If we could, 10.4 roadway improvements.
Yeah, he's going to get to the one right above it.
Oh.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, he's moving on. That's the next underline item, right?
That's correct. That's added to 10.4 is the next item.
Okay.
Roadway improvements. The developer would like to add, notwithstanding anything contained herein to the contrary, hot poured joint sealers shall not be required between the finished pavement surface and the curb and gutter. Public Works staff would prefer that we leave that in. So Brad and Brian, I think, see Brian over there. Brad is available to answer questions about this. And then the developer as well, if the board would like to discuss and give a consensus, please.
I will say we did talk with staff earlier today to better understand this requirement, and we're okay with the requirement. So we're okay with eliminating this.
Okay, so the language stays as stated here in section 10.4.
It would just be removed.
We would just remove
It would
the
not
new
be
added.
added.
Okay, so removing 10.4. Yeah, yes. Okay, Trustee Michaels.
On roadway improvements, I discussed with the township supervisor for Blackberry Township the need for improvements to CV Road. Apparently, there's no traffic study done by the village or the developer for the east portion of CV Road. It's east of the property. It is gravel for 1.2 miles. And the township supervisor would like to see a 4-inch overlay of asphalt on that as a minimum. There's anticipated to be 18,000 vehicles per day using that if the development does build out. And if it's not required now, the village will have to do it, or the township, with no new revenue. And I think it's going to be a heavily used portion of CV Road. People coming from the Tri-Cities or Aurora will be using CV Road to access the property for work or residential. And so I think we should require the developer to make an improvement and take the pavement all the way to their east property line, which would include going over a box culvert. I don't know if that box culvert's been inspected, but to bring that up to speed so that the village doesn't have to do it in the near term, or a future developer to the east would not have to make that improvement.
Thank you.
So there is a new, an added for the road improvement, or it's actually for the road build out, there is a new exhibit that's added that details how far the roads go and where it's paved and where there's curb and gutter. I'll have to get the exhibit number, just one
Is
second.
it in the existing?
Page 94 of the packet, Danny, for the board tonight, has that new exhibit. It shows how far the road is improved. The language in the old agreement, that's not it, I don't think.
So it doesn't show it going over?
Yeah, it is page 94, if you can spin that one for us. And if you, Jennifer, if you wouldn't mind explaining how far the surface is paved and where it stops and where there's curb and gutter and where there's not. This details it better, but it might be good if you could explain it as well.
Yep, sure. So the goal here is to minimize impacts on adjacent properties that we do not own. So what we'll do is we'll start transitioning back before we get to that north property corner on CV Road. And then we will make no improvements along the north side of CV Road from there on out to the end. We will overlay it to roughly where you see that first leader, where it says end curb and gutter and transition south side of CV back to existing. At that point there, we'll start transitioning it back to existing conditions, and we'll end the improvements where you see it there. The improvements will end before the box culvert. We are not impacting that box culvert, and we don't have any intention to replace or maintain that box culvert.
But we are annexing up to, and so therefore that does become village-owned.
Yes.
Has any inspection been done on that box culvert to see what condition it's in before we take it over?
Brad, can you answer to that? Did you speak to the township about it?
We did not inspect the box culvert. The township road commissioner did say that he verified it was a box culvert, but not the condition of it.
I think before the village commits to taking it over, and maybe have to make a financial outlay, that we do an inspection, find out condition, and if any improvements are needed, what those costs are. And I do further state that I believe asphalt should be taken all the way to the current asphalt on the east side of CV Road. Again, it's about 1.2 miles because of the amount of traffic that's going to be traveling on that section of CV Road. It won't be in the village, but the township doesn't have funds to improve that. And just driving it once and how dirty my car got, I cannot imagine people doing it on a daily basis without causing a complaint and coming back to the future boards to improve that road.
We can't approve until there's a need.
So did you want to hear from the traffic consultant in regard to the amount of traffic that's anticipated on CV Road?
That would be great.
Okay.
Good evening, Roy Fansler Split with Kimley Horn. So the traffic study, we did a count at the intersection of 47 and CV Road. You're correct, we did not do a count further east on CV Road. We did work with CMAP on year 2050 projections for the segment of CV Road east of 47. Their projection is 300 vehicles a day. Obviously, as development occurs east of the subject site, that traffic volume can change, and further review of the roadway condition could occur at that time. The traffic study assumes that given its current condition, predominantly the primary travel route would be west on CV to 47, to and from the west version of the east segment of CV Road, with minimal traffic using the unimproved roadway segment east of the site.
Again, I was speaking with the township supervisor. He had HR Green do a traffic study, and they came up with 18,000 daily trips. So maybe we need to put off any vote tonight, review that traffic study from HR Green.
Well, if I may.
Yes, please.
So the HR Green traffic study is actually using the traffic volumes that were in the Kimley Horn traffic study. HR Green did not develop new traffic projections. They're citing the traffic projections from our traffic study, and I believe the traffic projections that you may be referencing are for the segment of CV Road that we're proposing to improve, not the segment of CV Road that's east of the site.
Excuse me, you're out of order. And so just so you know, Trustee Michaels, I did have an opportunity to talk to Tony Simmons about that, and that is correct. So when it was brought to a village board meeting, a section of the HR Green, it was one page that was brought by Mr. Ramondi of that report. contacted HR Green, and they provided their entire report, which everybody should have. And Kimley Horn did verify, and as did Tony, that they used, and they were asked to use, the Kimley Horn traffic study in evaluating the township roads based on Kimley Horn's study.
The village's projected plan for farther east on CV Road from the Grove development would be, as it develops out, we would require the new development to improve the road. If there is a carve-out or allowable under the TIF Act, if there is action on that road going east farther, after or because of the development, TIF funds could be used to assist the township in repairing that road, and that would be a capital expense, which is allowable in the redevelopment agreement that is scheduled for action later on the agenda as something that could be used in the future for improvement, but that would require the need to arise before we could do it. It's not something we can do ahead of that necessarily.
Thank you for the explanation.
Or the village could require improvements at this time as part of the PDD and make the developer improve CV Road because there is going to be traffic, and avoid putting any extra burden on a TIF district.
So, just so I understand, are you asking them to pave up to the culvert, or are you asking them to go all the way to Bliss Road?
Go east from their property line east to Black Sheep Golf Course, where the pavement currently ends. It's approximately 1.2 miles.
Okay, I was just curious how the rest of the board feels on that topic of requiring, and just keep in mind, you know, look at other developments throughout the village, is requiring off-site improvements well beyond the property line of a development.
The village has already built plenty of roads that aren't being used right now today. I don't think we need to talk about doing that yet in a yet to be developed potential future development that would be after this one. We can worry about that at that point in time.
I would respectfully disagree that you're going to have a lot of traffic coming from, with the commercial being on the north side of I-88, you're going to have a number of employees. I think the projection is like 4,000 employees coming to this location, and you can't expect them all to come up and down 47. A lot of them are going to come from the east, and they're going to want to use CV Road because it's the most direct route. The other alternative is they'd have to go down Merrill Road, come down, and then go north, and then back to the east, or come down Green Road, and Green Road is not in very good shape. So, a lot of employees and future residents are going to want to use CV Road because of the direct route to the east.
I would just add, Trustee Michaels, that we have a lot of development in the surrounding area around Sugar Grove, and we have outside residents from, the west side of Aurora, Yorkville, using our roads, and we bear the burden of traffic implications and roadway improvements on our roads. So because we develop an area, yes, we should be responsible for extending potentially in the future as the need arises. I think that is part of being a good neighbor, not putting that burden on Blackberry Township Road Authority. But we deal with this all the time in the village, and I guess my hurdle that I struggle with is, at what point is it a undue burden to development we see it in existing annexation agreements that happened on Timbercrest as an example, and within that redevelopment agreement and that annexation agreement, they have to be started over because what existed when that agreement was put in place almost 20 years ago, it would never be developed today with those agreements in place. So I guess the same hurdle exists here, is we can ask for development improvements 1.5 miles down a road, but is that truly the burden of this development? That's for the board to decide. I think that that's part of why Sugar Grove has stayed stagnant for a long time, is we do have some hurdles that are roadblocks.
I agree that, you know, as development comes, it does its improvements. However, I also agree that we should add to this agreement that this developer should make whatever improvements to the culvert that our engineers determine are necessary at this time. Because it is part of the property that's coming into the village, I think that's fiscally responsible on our part.
Okay, thank
So
you.
we didn't include improvements to the culvert in our plan because we are not putting extra burden on that culvert. So that's why our traffic will go to and from 47. It won't be placing additional burden on that existing culvert to the east.
But it will place that additional burden on the village if the village takes it in and it ends up it being in need of those improvements.
So I think that burden should fall on whoever needs access to the east along CV Road, that if they're going to be utilizing CV Road and paving CV Road, then that culvert should be improved in order to be able to support that traffic. We're not creating traffic that's going to further burden that culvert. That's a condition that exists today. And we're also putting in already significant dollars in infrastructure and roadway improvements. And so this is additional burden on the project.
I agree with Trustee White on this. I would think if it's going to be part of the village, I think it would be on, we need our engineers to look at the condition of it and if it needs to be improved. We've got to maintain it.
Could we further request a copy of the HR Green traffic study? I don't know if we've seen that, to sort of substantiate the traffic numbers. It just doesn't seem like people are only going to go westbound on CV Road from the property line. I do think people are going to go eastbound on CV Road, whether it's paved or gravel.
Didn't we get that?
I believe so.
I thought that was sent out, Scott?
He's double checking his email.
I'm double checking.
You got it, Heidi?
I requested it.
So,
Is it on the website so the public can see it? I think that's maybe what, is that what you're trying to get at, Trustee Michaels? So everyone can kind of see it?
The traffic study was sent to the board on August 27th at 8:44 a.m. We can post it to the website with approval from Blackberry Township because it's not our document, but we can ask them tomorrow and then post it.
does the rest of the board have a comment about the culvert condition? I remember when we had a conversation with Blackberry Township and the road authority, it was that, we are taking ownership of that culvert and that the responsible thing to do is to maintain that traffic is not going to just, go westbound, just like the concept that is only going to get on the tollway, that kind of thing. So there will be residential, small auto traffic that will drive down that gravel road. I'm not suggesting that you necessarily have and bear the burden to do 1.5 miles of road pavement. And I don't know, Brad, or in today's dollars, if you can, on 1.5 miles of Centerline Road, if there's a rough dollar amount you could place on that. And I can let you think about it for a minute, or Michelle. So I'll let you get back on that. But, or what the obligation could be to settle this, because it sounds like, go ahead.
I guess my bigger concern would be if what we're doing is just an overlay, is that going to be inviting other traffic, heavier traffic, that's just going to tear that apart anyway. I don't know what Brad's thoughts are on that, or Brian's, but I've always looked at, development always improves what's what comes in front of it, and I think that we've asked them to do that, but I think including the culvert is part of that. But I guess I would be hesitant to invite even more traffic on that road if we're not going to make the improvement to what we would say would be a village street, because we are going to require that later of whoever comes in to the east.
I think it's been the position of the board in the past. We've entered into conversations with Pressbury about annexations, and the reason that I was always told is because of the, I think, $5 million in road improvements that we would have to incur as a village, and that was the reason that we went to them and said, sure, if you pay us whatever the dollar amount, $5 million to do the road improvements. So the responsibility would fall on us to improve that culvert. So I wouldn't want to take on that responsibility without knowing how much it costs, knowing the condition, and if it's going to get torn up because of all of this, yeah, I would want that paid for.
Okay. What I'm hearing consensus of the board on that item is that the developer is going to, the board wants the developer to pave to their property. And if that takes you to the culvert, that takes you to the culvert. That's what I'm hearing, instead of stopping short.
Well, I think what we would want is just to have them make the improvements as determined by our engineer that would be necessary to that.
At that time?
Yeah.
Yeah,
To the culvert?
yes.
Okay, then in that area, we're going to need some additional language.
To the property line.
Right, I think the culvert straddles the property line. And so we're going to need to add some additional language to the agreement in regard to if we need to go outside of the prescriptive easement, we're going to need support from the village on that. So that may require some additional grading upstream and downstream. It certainly will be waters of the U.S. impacts, and it will also require a clomer from FEMA.
What was the last thing you said?
A clomer from a conditional letter of map revision, and then ultimately a loamer from FEMA, because there's floodplain in there.
Okay.
So I think those are just some additional considerations.
Do you have all that? Okay. Okay. That is added to Laura's list, just so the board is aware.
The next item I had was 1136, final acceptance on page 7.
So we spoke with staff in regard to that ask as well, as that was an unusual ask we hadn't seen before, and we were concerned about consistency across the board. And we noted in the report here that there was that if we were willing to pay for the cost to convert the CAD file to GIS, that would be an acceptable solution, and we are willing to do that. So
That's acceptable for staff. We just need to make sure, we don't have GIS staff at the village because of our size. So we would need to have a third party do it for us. And if that's taken care of, then that's what we need. We just need the job done so we can add the new roads and utilities to GIS. So that's acceptable for staff.
You have that, Laura? Yes. Okay. Next item, 1152.
Next item is page 8, section 1152 trails. They wanted to add any significant variation from trail alignments shown in Exhibit J shall require mutual agreement between the owner and the village, which we're happy with, and any proof rolling of such trails shall not be required. We do prefer that paved trails be proof rolled.
we discussed that with staff today as well, and we are okay with proof rolling paved trails now that we understand the reasoning behind the request. We just have not seen that before in other communities.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
The final one was Exhibit P, which is the exhibit for fees. The change that was made about to 15 cents per square foot was made with a minimum of 1,853 at the request of the fire districts. However, there was discussion by the village board. I don't believe a consensus was reached, but it was discussed about increasing the fees over time. And the developer would like to keep the impact fees as presented in order to keep the fee down on residential units.
And I just don't understand why the village is committing to locking in the building fees over basically 20 years. I think fees go up, water meters go up in price as material costs go up, and I just think it's bad business for the village to lock in for such an extended period of time. I could see locking in for the first 5 years, but then having an adjustment back to market rates because of, again, it's bad business to lock in for an extended period of time.
I would note the fees do increase at year 7 and again at year 13. It's the impact and land cash fees that don't change.
Again, they should increase just like everything else increases. But and the amount of increase did not look significant at all. I don't even know if it was 5% between those 5-year periods. And with typical inflation being around 3%, the fees should be going up more.
Dan, if you could go to the fees near the end.
Trustee Lendy, did you have a comment in the meantime?
I believe I had brought this up before. I am concerned about the fees not going up and being locked in, just as Trustee Michaels had said. Well, I see you have the building permit fees going up very slightly.
And what would be the reason for locking in the fees? If everything else normally increases, what would be why would we do that? Probably Jen, yeah.
So we're wanting to lock in a lower fee in order to remain competitive in regard to the builder pool that we can bring to the village. And it also holds down home pricing. And so it makes homes more attainable within the project area. And so that helps us to be able to absorb and sell homes more quickly, or sell lots more quickly to builders who will then build the homes and sell those more quickly as well.
And so would that guarantee that the homes would stay the same price throughout the process?
No, there are different priced homes depending on where you are within the project area. So the Area 1 homes, those are going to be 60 and 70-foot lots. Those are probably going to be your higher priced homes. When you get up to Area 2, those are actually lower priced homes. So those are probably going to be in your $350,000, $400,000, $450,000 range, whereas the homes in Area 1 are going to be the $450,000 plus range, most likely averaging $550,000. So the first phase, the homes are going to be more expensive.
But I mean, if this is over the course of a period of time, a house built today versus a house built 10 to 15 years from now, I wouldn't expect that they would be the same price. So could we add language like like an average increase, like what's happening with, what's that?
An escalation.
An escalation, yeah.
There is it's a very small escalation built in here.
I have a question. If we have we have the school district land cash fee, in a regular annexation, that's established at the start and it doesn't change. Does it or doesn't it?
No.
No, okay. So
But that's typical.
that's what I thought. So I guess what
So I will just tell you, Matt is not here. The village capital improvement number in there is to account for any adjustment within the building permit, the village building permit increases. So village capital improvement line item across there, which is roughly 2192 and 2188 and so forth. Those numbers are in place to backfill rising in permit fees from the village side of things.
I guess I could see leaving the impact fees fixed if that's what we normally do. But I think I agree that if we can have some sort of an escalation that's tied to CPI or something on the permit fees.
Okay. So we have this similar, so this model is similar to what we've done in Settlers Ridge with the years. So years 1 through 6, 7 through 12, 13 plus. That is similar to the annexation agreement structure that was with the Settlers Ridge model. Not necessarily the escalation, but just the year break points. So,
If I could just add really quickly, one of the reasons we have the table built in this fashion is to make it better put forward for staff so that we know exactly what to charge and what year range. As for what the numbers end up being, or if there is an escalation, if we have a CPI or some other type of number, then it every year requires a new calculation, which isn't a huge problem, but we just prefer to have it clearly outlined like this for the benefit of the Public Works, or I'm sorry, for the Community Development Department when they're issuing permits. And then we can also have it clearly outlined on our website so that the builders and everyone is on the same page and knows what those permit fees are. So if we could just include hard numbers in there, that it seems to be the preference from staff.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking of changing them every year. I was thinking of within those brackets, like the change from bracket to bracket.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. 750. So I just want to add, and I like to think that what they're saying is accurate, the village board is saying is accurate, is we do see larger escalations. And what has happened, so Crown is aware, because you haven't done a development in Sugar Grove, we have had annexation agreements come back and development agreements come back and had to amend. I mean, it was, if we didn't amend agreements on fee structures in year 13 plus, and I know that's not ideal for you, but if we didn't do that, then my particular neighborhood would have a 30,000 plus impact or permit fee, because that's what was baked into that annexation agreement. So there were large escalations baked in, and then what happened is the development wasn't going, so we wanted to make sure that they were part of the village cap, because if they weren't part of the village cap at 17,850, they would have had a $30,000 permit, which then stifles development. The goal for this has always been to try to terminate, if the TIF gets approved, try to terminate the TIF early. Use the TIF dollars to put in that backbone infrastructure, and then make sure that the development is moving and we don't end up with a Settlers Ridge and a Hannaford Farm downturn and doing these redevelopment agreements or amendments too. I think that the goal has always been to keep it in place so that development is going and moving. I don't think we want to stifle development through impact fees through the negotiation, but I think that there could be a small increase or a negotiated increase in here that goes up in year 7 and 12 and then 13 plus. And if this becomes a hurdle in development, I will tell you that the village board and even previous boards, their intention is never to stifle growth. They want development to happen in a given area if it's approved. So I don't believe that that would be a hurdle. If that was becoming a hurdle, I don't believe that they would not amend that in future years.
So should we do an escalation, but have it as, if there's a change to it, it would come back as a minor change?
I think that's fair.
So how much of an escalation?
Exactly.
Just legal clarification, Laura, can we be changing the annexation agreement any other way than amending it appropriately?
Yeah, unless you build in a specific process up front, you typically would need to go through the annexation agreement amendment process. The minor change and major change is part of the PDD process, or the development agreement. Correct, yes, this is the annexation agreement. Correct.
So I think we just have to, we have to come up with what an escalation is appropriate today that they would agree to, so that if that day does come, they have to amend their annexation agreement, which I understand.
I mean, we would prefer to avoid having to come back and amend it. I mean, the goal here is to incentivize builders to come to Sugar Grove. And I think this impact fee schedule does that. I wouldn't put us in a position to have to come back before the board.
I would propose in years 7 through 12 that the fees go up 15%. That's a little less than 3% a year over years 1 through 5. And then years 13, the fees go up 30%. Again, that's less than 3% annual growth or annual inflation.
I'm sorry, say that one more time. So 15% and then an additional 15%?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so we don't want to find ourselves in a position where we're paying more than what other developers and builders in town would pay. 15% is a very significant increase.
So our permit fee today is $17,850.
So if somebody came back, they could amend that, right? And so
We have
if
not
they did
amended,
that.
no, that is the village cap. We have.
Oh, right.
We have agreements that are out there that would well exceed that number, and their amendments have brought them down to a village cap.
So what is the 15%?
So I have 14,375 in years 7 through 12.
Well, if you look at it from a, oh, you're right, so that's the building permit fee, because the other ones are on the other pages. But if you were to look at it from a total building permit fee,
Oh, that's right, let's take it, it's not that much.
15% would be
Yes.
only $125 more than what's shown.
That's right, so I took it off the total, which is
Yeah.
right, so he's correct. But I would add, Jamie, that if we do that building permit fee, yeah, that's fine. I was gonna say, what about our village capital, but, so it's,
an impact.
yeah, 2508.
Yeah, what's the building permit?
I don't think it'll put you at a
I agree.
competitive disadvantage if we do it at 15% each increment. That's what you were saying, right? It was 50, yeah.
Yes, so I get my numbers, and anybody else who's got their calculators out. I have top line under total building permit, the 2508, then
Okay.
going to 2884, 20 and 20 cents, and then 3463.80. And then you add that to your total impact fees, so 2884.2.
Okay, yeah, we would be okay with a 15% increase from years 6 to 7 that would hold from 7 through 12. Then another 15% just on the building permit fees. So that's building permit, C of O, engineering review, and water meter. And then that would put the years 13 plus total building permit fee at $3,316.
I have 3463.80.
Here, let's try this math again.
Doing 15% of that number.
I'm doing 15% on the 2884, so once I take the 2508,
2884 times 1.15.
I get 2884.2.
It's 3316 if you base it on the 2508 times 1.15.
3316. I have 331683.
Yes, correct.
So it's a 15% on top of total building permit, an escalation in years 7 through 12 of an increase of 15% for those years, and then another 15% increase for years 13 plus on the total building permit number.
So we're just going to fix it in the schedule, correct?
Yes.
We'll
Yeah,
we'll get it
that's
to
the way-
finance and we'll get it fixed.
Okay. Thank you all for that discussion. Next item, please.
Those were the items that I had for review and discussion from my memo.
Okay.
All the other items that were discussed by the village board and the developer at the previous meetings are outlined in my memo and are also in the red line and were accepted by both parties.
Okay. Go ahead, I'm sorry, Trustee Michaels.
Email came out late today about the water improvements and where we're at for average daily pumpage, what this development's going to take and where we're at. Due to lack of time to review that, can we discuss that or have someone present what was in that memo?
So on the water needs, I sent it out to the entire board today. Detailed information, just give me a second to pull it up. So the question was if the village has enough to fill out the daily demands from the build-out of this in both pumpage and in capacity. And Michelle is here to discuss it, although I don't know if she has her notes pulled up. We've restricted, and it is a change to the annexation agreement in both wastewater and fresh water to 9 PE per acre. And in doing so, she then further detailed out about estimate and the numbers of estimated gallons per day on full build-out and whether or not the village has the capacity and if we also had then the storage capacity. And the answer to those and is yes to both answers. And we would also have an anticipated another 500 GPM available for future development, assuming water trends remain consistent with historical trends. So when adding this, we have the capacity in pumpage to add the development with still more left over. And we also have the storage, and then we would actually gain storage because of the tank being larger sized than what is required just for this development, with the anticipation that if there's further development north of 88, that this tank could assist in that development as well. And Michelle's here and can answer questions.
Michelle, if you can just give a quick history on the fact that we did the water study, right? And so how those numbers were impacted and how the conversations went with this developer and the PE per acre was determined.
Yes, so the PE per acre, we looked at a variety of historical, like IEPA, what they recommend versus what we've actually seen in the village versus what we've seen in some of their developments to come to that 9 PE per acre. So we agreed on that at the end of the day. In terms of the actual capacity, storage supply, there's adequate capacity to meet the village needs in terms of volume. You're putting that tank up there primarily for fire flow at this point. Yes, you're still meeting demands, but that's why I was advocating for the elevated tank. It's really important for the fire flow and the emergency needs up there.
Thank you, Michelle.
If I could, regarding that provision, and that really goes back to section 7.1, which is on page 4 of the board report. And that's why I was just asking Laura a legal question about it. I think what I would rather see in that language is that we shall not be required to provide more than the 9 PE. Simply because I don't want that to be interpreted that we have to provide a minimum of 9, but possibly more. You okay with that?
We can represent it as a cap.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So one of the comments was that there's excess capacity of about 500 GPM, I guess that's gallons per minute. What type of population equivalent would that allow us to expand the village by without needing additional wells and other infrastructure?
I can look that up. I don't know that number off the top of my head.
I just would jump in, Michelle, and say that in your email, you said that the Crown development is anticipated to need 790 GPM for the entirety of this development, which includes the 9 PE for the entire thing. So if we held another, this is over 760 acres. So if we had another development that came in, assuming we also held them to the 9 PE per acre standard, we could do roughly, just quick math, roughly another 500 and some acres of development before we would need more treatment. But again, we'd have to do more detailed analysis, but it's certainly, if we're gonna have 500 left and they're using 790, we still have quite a bit of room left.
Correct. It's just, it's where that is. So hydraulically, you got to be able to move the water to where that development is.
Okay. Okay, so that is the annexation agreement. And Danny, in her memo, because so are there any other questions regarding the annexation?
Quick clarification. So the annexation agreement requires us to accept a PDD and the TIF, is that correct?
That's that it's only valid.
Laura, Mike.
Sorry. Yes, that it's only valid, that annexation agreement only goes if everything else goes. So it's a package deal, more or less. So if the TIF doesn't get approved or the PD doesn't get approved, the annexation agreement would not, even if it's voted on, it would not be effective.
So, but voting on this is, since the language is in the annexation agreement, voting on this is saying that it has to have a TIF and a PDD.
Correct.
Okay.
I would recommend discussing the
Hold on.
PDD before voting on annexation, because the PDD regulating plan is an exhibit to the annexation agreement.
Okay, thank
And
you.
Danny does have a few
I was
items
going to say, let's look
to
at
review.
Danny's memo. So everyone should have her PDD items.
Like my memo, Danny outlined the changes that were made and accepted by both parties. There was less items left open for discussion from staff's view, but Danny did have a couple items to bring up specifically.
I just have a separate sheet. Danny, do you have the? Oh, sorry. I'm looking at this. Oh, you're right. It's in the back. Here. I'm sorry, can someone give the page number again? Thank you.
Okay, like Scott mentioned, similar to his board report, there are a number of items that I outlined that were agreed upon, that were brought up during the last meetings in the discussion. So I'm just going to note the ones that were not clearly agreed upon for what the board was asking. The first one is going to be the CV Road west of Route 47. On CV Road west of Route 47, the board requested that there be screening provided across from Red Oak. The residents there have access to detention for fishing, and that a berm be created on the south side of the detention along I-88 to help buffer noise. The owner has looked into these requests. The full access point is located at Red Oak Drive, so a berm would not be feasible at this location, but they have added language for the berm on the western leg of CV on the south side up to Red Oak Drive. Regarding detention, this will be a wetland bottom facility and will not have sufficient depth to support fish. However, local residents would be free to go back there and fish. The owner will not post signs prohibiting fishing. Regarding the berm near 88, owner looked into this and looked at the topo, and it is not possible for them to berm there, as that area is the lowest point on the property. So I'm just bringing it up as a point of discussion to see if the board agrees with their solution to looking into that area.
I think it just, understand the point, there is still berming on the, I guess it would be the east side of the new creation of Red Oak, so it'd be the east side of that entrance on the south side of CV Road.
Correct.
You still would be able to create landscaping and berming.
Correct.
That would be aesthetically pleasing in that area.
Yes.
You're still giving right, if somebody wants to go over there, I mean, and it naturally has fish at some point. And I understand the berming concern, but, we have to go on record that we understand through the development, I understand through the development that you are taking efforts in the landscaping and the berming requests throughout the development. We want it to be consistent everywhere. So even the CV Road on the westbound, as much landscaping and berming that you can create so that there is an aesthetic buffer between the two.
Yeah, we can do the same standards that we've committed to along the
CV Road East?
Yeah, along Area 4.
Okay.
I guess
Yeah, we can add that.
to me, driving down the tollway, looking at that the other day, I mean, putting a berm at the tollway west of 47 doesn't really make much sense to me because it's the low point.
It's,
Yeah,
the
that's what they're
elevation's
saying.
about 710.
And it's not going to
pretty
hide
low.
anything.
Right.
I don't know that it was to hide necessarily, but any berming that would be able to block sound, I think is really what the request was. But if you're saying it's going to bounce over that anyway because it's a low point, then
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. So that item as CV Road East, yes. Okay, Danny.
Okay, so pretty much all of the other points that were brought up with the board have been agreed to, and the changes were outlined in the red line that you guys received. The one other thing I'm going to call out is in the Plan Commission recommendation, they recommended removing the following language in section 1. Loading area and loading dock, item 3A, similar uses. If a particular use is not listed in the schedule of off-street loading requirements, the community development director, where absent, the village administrator shall determine the loading requirements of said use by assigning the same loading facility requirements as another use which is deemed to be similar in nature to and compatible with said unlisted use. The reason for removing this was that if a use is not listed, it is not permitted. The owner chose not to remove this language from the PDD, so it is still in there, so we thought it should be discussed further.
And I just want to add, we left that language in, so we provided for language in the event that a similar use is determined that would need to follow those requirements.
It's on page 121 in her board report, the top. Oh. Do you know what page that's on?
It's on the top of page 30 of the PDD.
It'll be on a different page in the red line.
It's on page 158, item 3A. Which I believe, Danny, is page 30 of your memo. It's the similar use language, back again. And I believe, Danny, did they ask to have it removed? The Plan Commission?
The Plan Commission in their recommendation asked for it removed. I only am bringing it up because it was part of the Plan Commission's recommendation. It wasn't really discussed by the village board.
I would say from an administrative perspective, the similar use language has been modified by the village board, and this just allows for, if a similar use is determined that does have loading docks, that then the comparable loading dock restriction be used. That's why Laura's shaking her head. So we would want that to happen. If one was found to be similar that did have a loading dock, we would want those restrictions to follow from a staff standpoint.
My question is, where is the schedule of off-street loading requirements? Is it at the bottom there? That's only based on the floor area? Or do we have some other schedule of off-street loading requirements?
Number 4 below it is specifically about off-street loading requirements.
That's the location of
the facilities, sorry.
That's it, right there. Scroll up.
So what is in B then? In 3B on page 158 of our board report, isn't that the schedule of off-street loading requirements? And that doesn't go by use, that just goes by square footage.
Our village code currently does calculate them in a similar way as well. It goes by square footage.
So I guess I don't know why we even have the language if we don't have a schedule other than by square footage. Because it's not based on use, it's based on square footage.
Yeah, this gets back to the PDD being a standalone ordinance with the exception of solar and wind, as we've discussed previously with the board, that we pulled that in from your zoning ordinance to make sure it's captured, that in the event a similar use is determined, that it's captured in terms of how the loading berths would be computed.
Yeah, to me, it doesn't make a difference, quite honestly. Because it's,
Yeah, but it's a standalone ordinance.
I mean, we could leave it in, we could take it out, it doesn't matter, either one, because it doesn't.
Okay, I would leave it untouched. Thank you. Danny, any additional items?
Those were all of the additional items that I had called out from the PDD, and then the subdivision ordinance or variances were also discussed with the PDD. And there were, all of the ones that were brought up were agreed upon, and you guys received a memo with those called out as well.
Was that 38 items?
No, the 38 items was the Plan Commission recommendation, and they included those in the red line. They addressed all of those except for that one that I just called out because it was not addressed.
So I think last time I had asked on, and this is, I'm referring to page 141 of the board report, which is the use, accessory use. Accessory uses table for the solar garden energy system. We have an asterisk next to the S for special use, except we've now instead stated that the development will follow our solar standards. So I think we need to take out those asterisks because there is no reference.
If you're looking at a red line,
am.
it's the way Word shows it. It is actually stricken.
Okay,
Yes.
I get it now. Okay, because it looks underlined here.
It does.
That's everything that I had.
Heidi has a couple questions.
So in your board report, Danny, you had Area 3 standards, lot coverage, and the answer is the owner agreed they need to look into this and revise the language by either changing the lot coverage requirements or to make the landscape requirements collective for Area 3A. I was trying to find, it says there was a table added for this area, how it's calculated and requirements. So I'm assuming they looked at this and added a table. I was having problems finding the table, sorry.
Mike?
Yes, the table was added right here under the 3A standards. It is page 59 of my board report.
Should be page 187. 187 of the board packet.
Yes, I'm referring to the sample calculation, and then below or above it, it talks about the minimum of the percentage of the parking lot area shall be landscaped. Under the criteria.
Okay.
We still have areas that are the lot coverage being 100%. So I guess I'm a little confused. So this is supposed to take care of those 100% lot coverage areas?
Heidi, what page are you on?
I'm looking at area,
On your board report, just your
page 183.
Thank you.
There's commercial and office. Office went from 75, I guess, to 100% lot coverage. Yeah, well, it still means they can cover the whole thing.
What was the intent there on the maximum lot coverage?
And then, Civic is 100%. Why do we have 100% coverage on lot, on this?
Because this is the town center area, and so that 100% coverage is only the building. The other areas, the outside areas, will have parkway trees, parking lot improvements, park landscaping. Which one are you looking at? Are you not in Area 3?
I was in Area 3. Hold on.
And this is because of the zero lot line and creating
Yes.
that building to building
This is
walkable
a
area.
walkable town center area, so there won't be landscaping requirements on a per, building basis because they're 100% covered. It's the areas outside of that will have the
So-
landscaping.
The lot is the footprint?
In this calculation, the lot is the footprint.
Similar to another downtown with streetscape. The landscaping will happen off property, off lot.
And that's commercial as well and office.
That is
And
the
civic
concept.
And residential is 90%.
Wow.
I'm not real keen on that. 90% for residential in that area, is that just that's an area?
And that's to be contemplated that their green space is accessible in Area 3, their green space is accessible to that large village green. So the urban design is that they're living on the townhome. One side of them is detention, the other side of them is large green open space. Okay.
So we pulled up the exhibit so that it might aid as you review the standards. And so the park and green spaces are consolidated.
I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, in front of the, bless you, in front of the townhomes that are on the Village Green side, as well as the other, but it's really contemplated that you have like a brownstone amount of space
Yes.
before you get into the walk-up townhome.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. Danny, can you address, just for the board, I know that we talked about additional PDD items, building appearance standards, and adding them to areas 1 and 3. Does the board have this document?
No.
Okay.
I gave that one to you only, sorry.
Oh, these are the changes I wanted, I'm sorry. So
Yeah.
I didn't know that she didn't put this in front of everyone. So on page 34 of the PDD, the building appearance standards under the table of permitted building materials, the subject to areas 1 and 3 additional standards, we also wanted to add area 2 to that, Jennifer, page 34. I believe it's before the red line, let me just double check. Oh, sorry, 162, 162. That it also be subject to area 2. It's only calling out areas 1 and 3 as additional standards. So yes, footnote 2 subject.
Yes, we can add that.
Thank you. Okay, on, I guess, what page is this one going to be on? I just had it. Thank you. Page 46, I have area 1 standards. The additional building appearance standards, exterior wall materials, no homes are permitted to have 100%, it calls out, and Danny, the language in here says 100% horizontal vinyl siding, and I wanted to ensure, based on what Trustee Michaels had said in his comment, that it wasn't to exclude other materials besides vinyl. It was that they're just, regardless of the material, there shouldn't be 100% horizontal siding. So I wanted to eliminate the word vinyl.
Page 174.
I mean, to his point, it
Yeah.
was to have different material on
Yeah,
front of.
We added vinyl, just, it was around the vinyl conversation, but yeah, we can remove vinyl and just say no 100% horizontal siding.
Perfect. Thank you. Page 47. So area 1 standards, additional building appearance standards, single-family detached, the rear elevations, any home. So in this language, it talks about the abutting of public roadway or adjacent to.
Page 175.
On 175. So the area standards regarding the rear elevation specifically. So the language being changed, any home abutting or adjacent to public roadways and public open space. And I wanted the language added, so right there, basically changing it. So it reads, any home abutting or adjacent to public roadways, existing residential, and public open spaces shall incorporate design details that avoid a flat facade look. So not that, so if you have neighborhood to neighborhood, you're not having a straight rear elevation. You're having articulation or some detail change on the rear of that home.
So the add is existing residential, right?
Yes.
So we're fine with that.
Okay, you have that. Okay, so far I'm just going to incorporate this page.
Oh. Just as a point of clarification, existing residential on adjacent off-site properties. Because we don't want to, if it's adjacent, if there are two neighborhoods that back up to each other, we don't want that requirement to apply there, so we're going to clarify that.
Okay. Page 50, Area 2 standards, additional building appearance standards. Okay, 178, everyone. Facade materials need to add. It's changed on that page as well. So no homes are permitted to have 100% horizontal siding on exterior. It was located in multiple spots.
We'll correct it everywhere.
Thank you. Page 51, Area 2 standards. Additional building appearance, so I'll slow down. What page is? 179. Area 2 standards. Additional building appearances standards, single-family detached, rear elevations, any home abutting or adjacent to public roadways. This is the same thing. Design details to avoid the flag. So that language has to be amended as well, which you agreed to. So I'm sure you'll do it in that page as well. Page 51, which is page
The bottom of 179 and then continuing on to 180.
179 to 180. The
Yep.
language is just,
Yep.
you've agreed to it, so it's just.
Globally, we'll make that change everywhere.
Okay.
Yep.
And then it's also noted on, so I guess it goes into page 60. The same on the horizontal siding with the vinyl is on page 60, which is in our red line, 188 in the red line. No, I want them, so it's written in multiple spots, but removing the vinyl out of the language, as you see it on page 60, Area 3 standards. Residential single-family attached exterior facade materials need to add no homes are permitted to have 100% horizontal siding on the exterior versus vinyl. So taking the word vinyl out.
That entire statement is,
That entire statement's not in those sections. The entire statement needs to be added to those sections.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So what's missing? Yeah. Okay, that's
Thank-
fine. Yep.
Okay. So this is this entire page. Okay. Thank you. Any other call-outs that you had questions on? Any other board discussion on the PDD? Okay, and because it's also part and partial to the annexation agreement also discusses the redevelopment, I think we just discuss all of the items before we take a vote on any of these items. So, you need a break? Please, okay, it's 9:15, we will reconvene at 9:30, so the board can take a break. Okay, the meeting is going to reconvene. I have 9:33. And Tracy, will you just do a roll call, please?
President Conan?
Here.
Trustee Michaels? Here. Trustee White? Here. Trustee Lendy? Trustee Heron?
Here.
Trustee Bonnie? Here. Trustee Shomas?
Here.
Thank you. We still have a quorum. Okay, so we were moving on to, let me just find my, that is not the document I want. Sorry. The redevelopment agreement.
The TIF ordinances are before that.
Well, the TIF ordinances are the ordinances. I don't know if there's further discussion needed. We discussed them at prior meetings. Nothing has changed in the ordinances.
Correct, the eligibility, it remains the same.
So those have not changed.
I did have a question for our consultant on the TIF eligibility. It was brought up during the presentation in one of the court cases that in one case, they determined, they had filed for a TIF based on blight, and it was only a small portion of the area was blight, and the rest was not. And then the court overturned the TIF. So, like on the north side of I-88, that property is high and dry and would not flood. Can that be included, or should it be removed from the TIF request since that property is not flooding?
Sure. Hi. Good evening. Jeff Dickinson, SB Friedman. The finding that was made by the engineer is not that there's a small percentage of the area that floods in the study area. What they found is that runoff from the study area contributes to flooding in the watershed, and they found that over, I don't have the percentage in front of me, but it was 80 or 90%. It was the vast majority. It seemed to be everything but the right-of-way for the interstate. And so it seemed that was meaningfully present and reasonably distributed throughout the whole study area, and that's why the whole study area was found to be eligible.
I thought this area had to flood, so the area that is not flooding would be removed.
No, it doesn't have to flood itself. It has to contribute, runoff has to contribute to flooding in the watershed. So water comes off of this land into a watershed that floods.
So
let the board discuss, please.
So did you determine, because from my calculations on the TIF, regarding the watershed flooding, because it's the one factor and it's that it contributes to Blackberry Creek watershed flooding. So there's approximately, I believe, 75 square miles of Blackberry Creek watershed, which is about 48,000 acres, I think, and Crown is 760 acres. So it's only 1.6%, if I did my math right, or maybe even a little less, of the watershed area is Crown's property. So you're saying that just 1.6% of the watershed is contributing so much flooding to it, to the whole watershed, that it needs $26 million to fix? I'm just, because when I asked before, I was told it would take $26 million to, that's what the grading was. I was told all of the grading expense was to go to fix the problem, which is what the TIF is supposed to do. And I'm just wondering, do we have it broken out? How much did you find out how much of Crown's property actually contributes to the huge problem of the flooding of the watershed?
Yeah, we don't know. The statute doesn't require that you analyze the percentage of the total watershed. The question is, does the runoff contribute? And I think, and the answer is yes. I appreciate that.
How do you know? Okay, that's enough. One more outburst, and we're going to ask you to be removed. I'm sorry. We're trying to conduct business, and we have the board who has time to ask questions of consultants. Okay, well, I'm sorry. Then you should get yourself elected to the board, and you can ask those questions.
So I guess this comes down to the question of what is the intent of the TIF? Because if it does, you don't have to calculate how much of this property contributes to this big, huge problem that needs a TIF. And it could be that if you remedy this, you see no change in the watershed flooding. And that doesn't seem like that would meet the intent of the TIF, because the intent of the TIF is to fix a problem. And if the problem, if the problem is flooding of the watershed, and this is such a small, minute part of the watershed, how could fixing it with a large $26 million, how could that really make any kind of real difference in the watershed? That it would require us to have a TIF?
The village isn't required to have a TIF, I guess. It's a choice for the village to have a TIF. So that's a decision of the board. I'm not an engineer, and I didn't write the TIF Act, but my understanding of it, the principle of it is, the runoff is contributing to flooding. If there is an intervention and runoff is reduced, the flooding will be diminished slightly. I appreciate you can't solve it all with one redevelopment project, but as I understand it, as I interpret it, you've got to do something if there's a lot of flooding, and if you can do something to help fix it, that's better than not.
It's okay, so when we get to the intent, so that comes to what's the intent of blighted. And because we have to determine if this is blighted, and it's blighted only because it may have a little bit of water that runs downhill to the Blackberry Creek watershed, which is huge, and this is such a small percentage, but the TIF is supposed to fix something, correct? It's supposed to fix a problem that you wouldn't be able to fix otherwise. I don't think we have a real problem that needs to be fixed right now with that small portion of the property. I think that this is a loophole that's being used. I've been told by multiple lawyers that this is a loophole that is being used for development and not to necessarily fix a problem, an environmental problem that we have. And I don't think we should be up here granting a TIF for a loophole. I mean, a loophole's a cheat. Yep. And what are we going to be teaching our children if we vote for this? I think the TIF has been abused horribly throughout the Midwest. It is good in some cases, but I think this is an extreme stretch in saying that this is eligible.
Thank you, Heidi. Thank you. Are there other board comments or questions regarding the ordinances?
The item that's in discussion right now is to be clear, is item F or G?
We have 3 items that are the ordinances in adopting and approving the TIF. So I think what Heidi was just speaking to was the qualifications or the eligibility, what I would say is your E, your
Item E?
eligibility. Item E.
Okay.
Those 3 items are the ordinances that would need to be approved to create the TIF. So those are the 3. We've discussed them at prior board meetings. And so if there's no changes to those ordinances as they were presented to the board in the past. And so then the item H is the actual redevelopment agreement that starts in board packet
Page 279.
279.
And the redevelopment agreement was changed. The majority of the changes are items that are also changed in the annexation agreement, and any updates to the annexation agreement that are also happen to be in the RDA will be reflected, and they will be the same after all the updates are completed. We'll ensure that that happens to the agreements. Additionally, there were some changes made to the sections of it. This is on advice of council, both bond council and TIF council. The intent of those changes is to make it as often as possible that we can pay 6.8% interest, which would be the tax exempt interest rate, instead of the 8% to reduce the interest paid by the village. There was also some legal changes made, again, not policy, but legal changes made to further protect the village's liability in clearly stating that the notes are to be paid from the TIF increment and TIF fund and not from other funds of the village, and that is where the money is to be paid. That's where those changes are made. And also there's some other legal ones like I had mentioned about the IRS Code of 1986. They're outlined in Matt's memo. And that's those. The majority of the changes were because of that. The other change that is because of the discussion at the end of the last meeting regarding changing from a 90-20 split to a 90-10 split to an 80-20 split. 80% would be used to go into the Grove subaccount to repay the developer or pay for notes. 10% would be diverted back to the taxing bodies, not just the schools, but all of the taxing bodies in proportion, which would be decided by the treasurer's office and assessor, not by the village. So we send a check we've done this before for our other TIFs, as you well know, and the decision on the exact amount that's distributed is made by the county, not made by the village. And that would be for 10%, and the remaining 10% then would be put into a fund maintained by the village, and then of course would be budgeted for like we do our other TIF funds, and the decision on that money would be made by the village board in the future. Staff is looking for feedback as it was discussed, but there didn't seem to be a clear consensus on the 80-20 versus the 90-10. We felt that the 80-20 was closer to what the board wanted, so that's what we presented in the document, but we can certainly change it if that's the will.
Thank you. So I think everybody got a copy from Matt outlining the adjustments and what it looks like for the 80% versus the 90% going to the developer. And the 10% we would approve, my understanding is we would approve at a subsequent meeting that by ordinance that the 10% is this right, Laura, is required, if the board agrees that the 10% additional holdback would be surplus annually.
I think the agreement actually requires it of us.
At a separate meeting to agree upon it, no.
No, it just requires it, period.
But at a separate meeting.
The redevelopment agreement requires it.
So it's not about
The
having a meeting to
redevelopment
approve
agreement
it.
requires that the 10% be rebated back to the taxing
So we
bodies.
won't have to do anything else.
So we'll probably have to take official action before we send it to the treasurer's office, but we will every year. But we are required to put that in a separate fund that is dedicated to doing that every year. Otherwise, we would be violating our redevelopment agreement.
Okay. And so in addition to, everybody had received that document. So in addition to the impact fees and student tuition payments to the school specifically, they would be getting the 70% roughly of the 10% annual surplus, as well as every other taxing body that would be getting their same distribution per their tax percentage of the property tax bill.
We can do the school's number. Usually we can estimate that relatively certainly because they are 70%. However, we don't have, some of the taxing bodies will be new to us. So we don't have other properties in the village to compare them to, but they will roughly be the same as the others and broken down out of that 30%. I just wanted to note that Elburn Countryside might have a different rate than Sugar Grove Fire and so far. We have also in the past rebated, one of our other TIFs is in multiple districts, fire districts, so some goes to Big Rock and some goes to Sugar Grove Fire.
Are there questions or feelings one way or another regarding the 80 versus the 90% in the document?
No, I want to understand the delta between page 290 and 291 with the interest payments. That was the crux of the question that I had asked of Matt last time, and I appreciate him putting together some napkin figures here on some estimated interest figures over, looks like he's got them accrued from, looks like year 4 to year 17 in both of the models, maybe year 18. There's a delta between the two of $11 million. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. So Matt ran his numbers, the developer ran their numbers, and then we also asked our bond counsel to look at it as well, and SB Friedman to look at some of these numbers. And while they are future estimates, and if you move the date of a note issuance from January to, say, October, it can swing the numbers. We did have multiple sources look at it and run the numbers. Sure. And the consensus from everybody was that going from 90-10 to 80-20 will take 2 years longer to pay off the notes and to pay off the developer. However, then that will see more immediate funds go to all the taxing bodies. That's what everyone agreed upon.
So to be clear, the village is ultimately on the hook for 2 more years of interest payments at $11 million to make sure the other taxing bodies get a potential $37.8 million.
To be clear, the village isn't on the hook. The TIF itself would have to fund
Correct.
2 more years, yes.
Correct.
But the other thing that could be considered by and contemplated by future boards is the 10% holdback that the village has in addition to the 10% surplus could be used at village discretion to pay down the interest. So if there is increment in there, the village board could vote to, to pay Crown or pay the developer more money to reduce that interest payment.
So 70% of 37.8 million is 26.46 million then, based on the suggestion that Scott had that the school district would end up receiving out of that additional 10%. Is that understood?
The estimated number we came up with would be 26,471,000 roughly.
All right.
If you run it out.
That's what I got.
Yeah, if you run it out all the way to 2048. Yes.
Okay.
Hopefully we end it sooner, terminate it, and it all goes on the tax roll, but we have to run it out for the entire length of the TIF when we do the calculations.
Okay.
And that number is in addition to the impact fees, which
Correct.
land cash, which I believe was like $2.3 million. And then the payments, the tuition payments that are capped at, I believe it's $95 million in there.
For a total of $124,711,576.
Correct. I just.
Thanks for that number. That's what I was trying to get at, Trustee Herron. I appreciate you saying that.
I know Matt's not here, but maybe you can just brush upon the interest rate and what Matt did, and talking with, I thought it was Spear, regarding the interest rate that is being asked for, and the several bonds that were issued recently one was higher. I know he spoke about it at a previous meeting.
If we were to issue TIF bonds to do this, which I definitely would never recommend because of the risk that it would put on the village, it's better to have the developer front the money whenever you can. But if we did issue TIF bonds, the interest rate we would get would be between 7% and 9%, and maybe even lower than that, because as it sets today, that TIF, if it's annexed and approved on day one, the increment is 0, and there's no guarantee that there would be increment going forward. So we would likely have to back those bonds with the faith and credit of the village, which we wouldn't want to do, but the interest rate would be near what is contemplated in the agreement today.
And we had a public comment about, someone talked about across the street from their business, there was a TIF district, and the TIF district failed, and his taxes, the property taxes blew up. That was a TIF bond?
If there were, likely it was. I don't know the specific instance of that, but what has happened in other communities where they would issue bonds that would be promised to be paid by TIF revenue, but they are backed by the full faith and credit of the village or city. If that TIF ends, or if the TIF can't pay the bill, then the taxing body has to come up with other ways to fund that, whether it be sales tax or another way. We are not doing that. We are not contemplating that. That is not part of what we're doing. That's why we are having the developer front fund the infrastructure and then paid back through the TIF with the promise. The promissory notes clearly only promise TIF funds generated from this TIF. They are not backed by the full faith and credit of the village. They are only to be paid for with TIF funds.
So to answer the question that was posed, to get a bit of a pulse of the board on the 10% versus 20%. Based on the calculations as discussed, the additional potential $11 million in accrued interest that the TIF would have to pay for, I think in order to give the taxing bodies, and as Sean mentioned, Sean Herron, the figure for the school board, which was
120, just shy of 125 million.
just shy of 125 million. I'm in general support of that.
Absolutely. The 80-20 for sure, to get tax dollars out to the other taxing bodies as soon as possible, as soon as there are monies to give.
But the other way to look at it is the total increment available after holdbacks, that could go all to the taxing bodies and not to the developer at all if we don't do a TIF, which is a significant portion. So if we don't do the TIF, all that money will go to the taxing bodies.
But I think if we don't do the TIF, there's no development, and it's just tax dollars off of corn.
No, I disagree. That a developer buys property, they sell it for a profit to pay off the infrastructure costs, and that's what Crown will be doing. They don't need a TIF to supplement this development.
But I think that's the question for the board to determine, is should we versus can we? In my humble opinion, I think Trustee Lendy gave an impassioned point, but it's up to all of us to make that decision, whether or not the eligibility meets and whether or not it should be continued thereafter for the other items that are for consideration here.
Thank you. I just want to, Jeff, if you still have a microphone. So just as a reminder, Jeff Dickinson from SB Friedman is the village's consultant, and he has run a pro forma on the development based on land use, based on property taxes in the village of Sugar Grove, our property tax rate, commercial, how much space is commercial, how much space is industrial. He's created, I don't want to go into it, I want you to explain it, but he's created the pro forma to say whether or not the development needs this infrastructure investment in order to go, and whether the TIF district, because that's what it's for and designed for in this case, is to provide backbone infrastructure to this development. Not all areas of the development are the infrastructure covered with TIF reimbursement. So I don't mean to put you on the spot, but can you speak to that?
Certainly. Yes, so we reviewed the developer's pro forma. We benchmarked their assumptions in terms of revenues in particular. The cost of the project is greater than the revenues they would get from selling the pads because of the cost of the spine infrastructure. I think that's the short of it. There is an extraordinary cost to run the big pipes and make the big roads to get the parcels, basically access to infrastructure, water, sewer, all the things that you all have been talking about tonight. And if they did that without TIF assistance, it would cost more than they would get in revenue. So there's clearly, that investment would not occur. So then the next question is, what do their returns become if they get the increment as we've discussed? We did that math. The number is an internal rate of return under 10% for unleveraged IRR. That is a relatively low unleveraged IRR. That is sub-market, but it is apparently acceptable to the developer and their investors. So I think people are making the point that they own the land, they have to do something with it. You might infer that they're taking a substandard return because they have to do something with it. Even with assistance, and I appreciate people, even with assistance, the returns are not really market. And so we feel comfortable saying that but for village financial participation, nothing would get built here. That it's the absence of spine infrastructure makes it effectively unbuildable today.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there other comments on the redevelopment agreement?
I just, from the left side, we didn't get a consensus on the 80-20. I just want to make sure we have that so that we can appropriately mark up the documents.
Trustee White, I think you commented last meeting that you were...
Yes, I commented last meeting that I would favor the 80-20 over the 90-10.
Thank you. Okay. Hearing no other discussion on this item. So I'm going to start with general business item number A, the ordinance. I would ask for a motion to approve item A, the ordinance property at I-88 and Illinois 47 annexation agreement, subject to attorney review, and to include the following. Items raised in the village administration memo and the community development director memo, including recommendations, as well as the supplemental document. Items raised in the supplemental attorney memo, and changes acknowledged and agreed to on record at this meeting. Can I get that motion?
As stated, please.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a first out of trustee Shomas. I have a second out of trustee Bonnie. And this is vote in particular on an annexation is a supermajority, so it's a majority of the corporate authorities. So I do vote on this item. Roll call, please, Tracy.
Trustee Shomas?
Aye.
Trustee Bonnie?
Aye.
President Conan?
Aye.
Trustee Michaels?
No.
Trustee White?
Aye.
Trustee Lendy?
No.
Trustee Heron?
Aye.
Motion passes. Up next, item B, the ordinance annexation of the Grove property. Can I get a motion to approve that item as previously stated?
As stated, please.
Do I have a first out of trustee Shomas, second out of trustee Heron? Roll call, please.
Trustee Shomas?
Aye.
Trustee Heron?
Aye.
Trustee Michaels?
No.
Trustee White?
Aye.
Trustee Lendy?
No.
Trustee Bonnie?
Aye.
President Conan on this one.
President Conan?
Aye. This is annexation agreement. Okay. Motion passes. That's annexation of the Grove property. Item C, resolution, property at I-88 and Illinois 47 property subdivision. Can I get a motion to approve this item as previously stated?
As stated, please.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have first out of trustee Shomas, second out of trustee Bonnie. Roll call, please.
Trustee Shomas?
Aye.
Trustee Bonnie?
Aye.
President Conan?
I don't vote on this item, I'm sorry.
Trustee Michaels?
No.
Trustee White?
Aye.
Trustee Lendy?
No.
Trustee Heron?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-2. Item E, an ordinance approving the Village of Sugar Grove, Illinois, I-88 in Illinois 47 redevelopment project area, tax increment financing district, eligibility report. I'm sorry, I wrote it on the wrong item. So item D, I will backtrack. Item D, an ordinance at property at I-88 in Illinois 47, the Planned Development District. This is the PDD. And we had amendments to that, did we not? Yes. Okay, so I'm just gonna go through them. Can I get a motion to approve this item as previously stated, subject to attorney review, with the following and same conditions as previously stated, which is items raised in the village admin memo and the community development director's memo, including recommendations, and the supplement document, as well as items raised in the supplement attorney memo, and items and changes acknowledged and agreed to on record at this meeting.
As stated, please.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a first out of trustee Shomas, a second out of trustee Bonnie. Roll call, please.
Trustee Shomas?
Aye.
Trustee Bonnie?
Aye.
Trustee Michaels?
No.
Trustee White?
Aye.
Trustee Lendy?
No.
Trustee Heron?
I'm sorry.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-2. Okay, now item E, the ordinance approving the Village of Sugar Grove, Illinois, I-88 and 47 redevelopment project area tax increment financing district eligibility report and redevelopment plan and project. Can I get a motion to approve item E as previously stated?
As stated.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call, please, Tracy.
Did Shomas?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
First out of trustee Shomas, second out of trustee Bonnie.
Trustee Shomas?
Aye.
Trustee Bonnie?
Aye.
Trustee Michaels?
No.
Trustee White? Trustee Lendy?
No.
Trustee Heron?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-2. Item F, the ordinance. Can I get a motion to approve item F, the ordinance designating the proposed I-88 in Illinois 47 tax increment financing district redevelopment project area pursuant to the Tax Increment Allocation Redevelopment Act? I have a motion on the, I'm asking for a motion. We can certainly discuss, Heidi, as soon as I have a first and a second. Do I have a first on that?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a first out of trustee Heron, a second out of trustee Shomes. Discussion.
Yeah. I think we need to really think about what we are saying. If we are saying the end justifies means with this TIF to get this development, we're saying that I teach my kids that the ends don't justify the means. We know what the means are, it's the TIF. We don't know what the ends are. We can't predict the future. We don't know how things are going to end up in the future if this is going to develop, but we know that with the TIF, we are going to be hurting taxing bodies. We're going to be hurting the fire department. The fire district have already said they don't want this TIF. They can't afford it. They're the people who come running into your burning house to save you. This does not qualify for a TIF. This is a cheat. This is a stretch. What are we teaching our community, our children, our students if we say, hey, the ends justify the mean, this is how we might get some development? This is a gray area in the courts if you've read the court cases. This is not a definitely this qualifies or this doesn't qualify. Think about what we're saying. If you say yes, we'll give them everything. The devil's in the details. When I read through all of this, I wanted to get a diverse tax base. I wanted development. But when I started reading through all of this, I wanted a PDD. I did not like the PDD. I wanted a PUD. I did not want this PD. It gives Crown all the cards. It gives them all the power. We're not desperate. Don't act like we're desperate. I am just pleading with you to think about what we're doing because this is going to be 23 years.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. Did you document that? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Roll call, please.
Trustee Heron?
Aye.
Trustee Shomes?
Aye.
Trustee Michaels? No. Trustee White? Aye. Trustee Lendy?
No.
Is everybody?
Oh, Trustee Bonnie?
Thank you. Motion carries 4-2. Item G, ordinance adopting tax increment financing for the I-88 and Illinois 47 tax increment financing district redevelopment project area. Can I get a motion to approve as previously stated?
As stated.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
First out of trustee Shomes, second out of trustee Bonnie. Roll call, please, Tracy.
Trustee Shomes?
Aye.
Trustee Bonnie?
Aye.
Trustee Michaels?
No.
Trustee White?
Aye.
Trustee Lendy?
No.
Trustee Heron?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-2. Item H, an ordinance approving a redevelopment agreement for I-88 and Illinois 47 TIF with Sugar Grove LLC. Can I get a motion to approve as previously stated?
As stated.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a first out of trustee Shomes, a second out of trustee Bonnie. Roll call, please.
Trustee Shomes?
Aye.
Trustee Bonnie?
Aye.
Trustee Michaels?
No.
Trustee White?
Aye.
Trustee Lendy?
No.
Trustee Heron?
Aye.
And President Cohen's going to vote on this as well, just for the record, and I'm a yes, I'm an aye, so that's a 5-2 vote on that item. That concludes general business. Up next, we have public comment. We have Perry Elliott first up. Oh, is there a... There's a microphone right here.
Trustee Aaron, you're not going to get 120-some million. That 95 million that's scheduled to go to the schools is based on new students. If you have 18,000 per student and you don't have enough students to make the 95 million, you don't get the money. It's held back. That money's going somewhere else. You got wrong numbers. The school might get 27 million out of the second 10%. But as I said, that doesn't start until year 5, and that runs over the next 15 years, so divide it, all right? You're gonna think that's really gonna benefit the schools? And if the city takes that 27 million that they get, 27 million, 37 million, I'm sorry, and they break that down every year and break it out, the village gets 1.7 million out of that whole number. Now, I know there's other numbers with your permit fees and so on, but I think you're going to run into trouble when you're counting on the spreadsheet horse shit when it doesn't start working out. It sounds great, good concept, but growth at any cost is very dangerous. And nobody here can tell me what's going to happen in the next 23 years, because I've seen what's happened. I've seen the markets crash. I've seen the financial crisis, and you guys think you're going to paste right over everything coming up? You're going to wake up, and you're going to find that you're in deep shit. So I'll stand by what I just said, and you're going to be standing by what you just voted for. I don't think you're going to like it. But, all right, you got this guy over here telling you water runs downhill qualifies for a TIF. It does not meet the intent of the TIF if you read the damn statute. You had the attorney for them saying, well, that's not what they mean. They mean this. Well, it's not what it says. All right? So it's been 19 months of a lot of craziness, a lot of promises, a lot of spreadsheets, a lot of numbers that aren't verifiable. You got a financial fiscal report that says you're going to get 90 million from income tax and sales tax when you give away 1% of the sales tax as an incentive for somebody to come in here and do something. And I tell you what, the income tax in Illinois is going to get squeezed because now you got Chicago with a $1 billion deficit coming up. Where do you think this money's going to be going and coming from? You're going to get $481 in TIF. Look at what money is going to end up going to Crown. All right? They're going to get more than their $179 million or $171 million. I took my stuff out in the car. Okay? But you'll find out. And then again, Trustee Shomas, you won't be here to clean up the shit that you voted for. Yeah, okay. And then I don't know who else won't be running, but it'll be a different story. Thank you.
Okay. Marie Johnson.
I guess I'd like to just echo everything Perry said. I don't know how you people will be able to look yourselves in the eye, and look yourself in the mirror, and what you've done. You've prostituted yourselves to this situation, and the desperate ploys. It's sad. It's sad. I spent 24 years working to build up this community, dedicated my life, and I'm proud of what we accomplished. Oh, but it's stagnant. But, you all moved here and been here less than 20 years, so I just don't understand the whole, I'm so desperate for growth because if we don't have this growth, it's crazy. It's totally crazy.
Dan Randle. Dan Randle left the building. Jaden Chada.
I first want to start off by thanking Trustee Michaels and Trustee Lendy for their commitment to the community. And especially thank you, Trustee Lendy, for the way you voiced your opinion and really listened to the people. And Sean, for showing up tonight. I know it must be very difficult. And the rest of you, disappointed, not surprised. And if you look around at that image that's behind you, behind the Village of Sugar Grove logo, you might want to change that picture to something else.
Lisa Essling. Lisa Essling, I'm sorry.
Carolyn Anderson, as a mother, speaking on behalf of every child. Oh, Jen Conan, is this funny to you? Because
Well,
you know what your
you cut her
fault is.
in line, but
There are thousands of children who are going to be on school buses. We had 4 accidents in front of our neighborhood and down the street from us, and you guys have blood on your hands. Blood on your hands. God forbid the day that our children get hurt because of your decision. I will hold you to it in court until you cry for mercy. You have hurt our kids, and if you think that there's escaping, there's none. What you did is criminal. And this, just like Heidi said, just like Sean's been warning, this entire thing is fraud. And if you think that we're going to go down without a fight, you're wrong. God forbid you. I even tried.
Lisa Essling.
I too want to thank Trustee Lendy and for your passion, and Trustee Michaels. Oh boy. Does the village realize that granting this zoning to PDD along with 38 variances basically throws current zoning ordinances out the window? If you grant this to Crown, you're compelled to grant it to anyone else for ask for it, or you're asking for litigation against you. Jeff, all water runs downhill, for God's sake. It does not fit the but-for clause because the TIF statute states that the development does not have to meet the village comprehensive plan. It only needs to be able to develop. This land can currently be developed into E1 homesteads just like the rest of us around there with septic and well water. It doesn't fit the but-for clause because another offer has been made to purchasers. You all said this is very good land. This is going to be a good place for commercial. That means other people will want to buy it. You don't have to settle for this. And it doesn't qualify for the but-for when the only reason that the Crown wants this TIF is to ensure a better profit. There have been so many times when you could have and should have put your foot down to improve instead of destroy our extended community. Why, when you have the upper hand, are you not using it? Why are you so weak in front of Crown? The damage you will do by moving forward with Crown's mostly unchallenged demands will be devastating and permanent. Do you really feel it's your right to cause so much heartache, financial hardship, environmental damage, and health challenges to hundreds, maybe thousands of people? Do you understand that you will be hobbling all future Sugar Grove boards of trustees in being able to govern with the best interests of the people? You know, I want to tell you why people moved out here. You know, people say they moved out here for the rural, environment. Let me tell you why we moved out here 31 years ago. Our oldest son was born with a congenital heart defect. We were on city water. And our cardiologist told us, don't worry, it's not going to be hereditary because this is not a hereditary heart defect. This is environmental. You ought to see the kids we see coming out of Byron, near Byron in Rockford. Environmental. So we moved out here to clean well water, to clean air, to a nice rural setting to get away from that, and you're going to throw it right back at us. My son has survived 7 open heart surgeries. He's still alive, thanks to God. He almost died many times. We have spent our life raising someone who is ill. because of the environment. And you're okay with doing this? You're okay with doing this? Blood on your hands.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Going once?
I'll go. I'll say something. Dale Essling, just so y'all know, any of you POSs up there think that this isn't going to come back and bite you in the ass, you're sadly mistaken. I'll see you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
All right. So the way the vote went is probably not the way a lot of the people in this room wanted it to go. But as a civilization, this is how we agreed to make these types of decisions. And so what we do from now forward isn't look back and focus on how this vote should have gone. We look forward and try and figure out how do we make the best of it. Maybe that means something at the ballot box. Maybe that means a different way of approaching things at the next board meetings. But we need to focus on forward, because right now this is done. This is what has happened. And we have to figure out, if we're correct with some of the things we're worried about, we have to figure out how to make sure we minimize whatever negatives might come from this. But this is how we agreed to do it. This is how civilized people make decisions in the community. So we need to move forward. We need to figure out what to do. And again, if this means something at the ballot box, it means something at the ballot box. But let's look forward. That's all I had to say.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Good evening. My name's Kyle Slammons, one of the Slammons family members that has been up here and has spoken. I've been a Sugar Grove resident for 27 years, born and raised off of Scott Road, just 3 miles up the road. I now live in Blackberry Woods, or I'm sorry, Nottingham Woods up there off of Nottingham Drive. There's members on that board right now that have actually helped me sell my first house, buy my secondary property that butts right up against the Blackberry Creek. 40% of my property is in floodplain. My wife, myself, my Uncle Tim that's in the back room, we sat down, we figured out a way to build our property. No one gave me any incentives. No one gave me any kickbacks. But you know what? We built a beautiful home. We live there right now. And I'm proud to be a resident of this Kane County area. I've had many times I've been able to take jobs other places. We've constantly come back here. I met my wife at Kalen High School, my high school sweetheart. I was so hopeful coming in here tonight that you guys would actually be thoughtful, looking forward for the kids. Not just sitting here and just being open-armed to saying, hey, let's bring these folks in, let's do whatever it takes to get it done. Many of you members that are sitting on the board right now, you're not gonna be here in 25 years. I plan to be here. There's members that are in this room that plan to be here. It's a disgrace. I'm so utterly disgusted. You know what? There's so many members that are in this community that are so fed up with everything that's been going on. You guys drug us through hell and back. I can't believe this. There's some members that are up on that stage that I commend you guys. You fought tooth and nail trying to open up other people's eyes, so I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Just can't believe this. Very much disgusted, and I just wanted to put that out there as public record. Please feel free to stop by Nottingham Woods. You'll see all of our community members that are in that neighborhood all fighting tooth and nail against this. Members stood up here, we saw people get into accidents left and right. It's just gonna produce more. So thanks for going down that path with us. Really appreciate it.
Carrie Guerra. I appreciate gentlemen trying to say that this is how things are meant to be. However, things are meant to be because we vote people like you into office to listen to the community. You are to listen to the community and do what your constituents want you to do. not to do what you want to do with our community. You have destroyed our community. You are going to go forward and you are going to live your lives. I have not done anything negative towards any of you. I have defended people on that board, but no longer. Jen, you're gonna leave here and leave this community and go live in your multi-million-dollar home in Florida that probably Crown has paid for. And our community members that are gonna stay here and pay our taxes that are gonna double and triple, we're gonna have to pick up your nasty, dirty pieces. I am a business owner and I have fought and built and not asked for a dime of anyone's money. Mrs. Saloga and her family have built their business and not asked for a dime. During COVID, when our businesses all tanked and a bunch of businesses closed, I took money out of my personal accounts so I didn't have to lay off people, so I didn't have to take money from the government. And Crown is only taking money from our community, and they're gonna benefit from it. And you all allowed that. Shame on you. Shame on each and every one of you, except for the only two upstanding people that fought for us. Shame on you.
Any additional public comments?
Sugar Grove today, but I believe the age I am, I won't get to see all the crap that you're all going to be dealing with in 20 up years. And I do think this is a sad situation for Sugar Grove, especially the people who are in their own private little business that don't give me some more money, give me some. I think it's a horrible thing you all did, and I am terribly upset with. I really like Michael's vote, and they get it. You guys don't get it.
Any other public comments? Going once, going twice. We'll close that portion. There's no need to go into executive session this evening, so I just ask for a motion to adjourn. Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
First out of Trustee White, second out of Trustee Shomas. Roll call, please, Tracy.
Aye.
I didn't hear you, Tracy. You got them all. Motion carries, 6-0. Good night.